अरे नवाज भाई इसको फिर थोड़ा सा इस तरफ एडजस्ट कर दूंगा। हाँ यहाँ क्योंकि ये ऑपरेटर बैठेगा यहाँ पे, ये हटा देता हूँ मैं। ये राज सर क्या सामान क्या रखे हो आप? एक कार्ड दिया, कार्ड लगा हुआ है, ये कार्ड जेब में रखे थे, वो कार्ड मांगे तो मैं
She has a PhD in Translation Studies from IIT Kharagpur. She is qualified UGC NET Assistant Professor in English with a diverse range of interest, including translation, business communication, and humor studies. She has published poetry translations, conducted NPTEL courses, and taught internationally before joining Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur, showcasing her passion for academia, language, and the performing arts. I would like to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Ravi Kant Sir, former CEO and Vice Chairman of Tata Motors on the stage. He is a visionary with an impressive educational background and nearly 50 years of corporate expertise. Currently, he contributes as a board member of global companies and holds advisory roles. A luminary in education and health, he chaired IIM Rohtak and Triple IT Allahabad. His global influence is evident through associations with institutions like CEIBS Shanghai. Adding yet another feather to his cap, he is also the author of insightful book titled Leading from the Back. In this concise and engaging 140-page narrative, he shares a compelling story of Shiv Kundra's journey, unlocking the effective leadership. The book unveils principles of openness, trust building, and setting bold targets, offering invaluable insights for leaders at any level. Today, we are privileged to have you here, sir. Before moving ahead with this session, I would now like to call our director, Sir Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, to felicitate Dr. Ravikant, Sir, with a green certificate. I would also request Himanshi ma'am to please join. As per the tradition of Jaipuria, we welcome our guest by with a green honor by planting a sapling in their names in Nainital, Uttarakhand, whose growth can also be tracked with the code mentioned in the certificate. Thank you, sir. Without further ado, let's get ready for this soft is powerful, a reviving conversation with Dr. Ravi Kant, sir. Please join us as we uncover the strength in leadership with empathy. With this, now I would like to request Dr. Manshi ma'am to take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Divya. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to our International Youth Conference. Here we have a beacon of wisdom, a beacon of delight, and a leader in front of us, Mr. Ravi Kant, sir. Hello, sir. How are you doing? So here we are discussing a book written by Ravi Kant, sir, which is Leading from the Back. So, sir, allow me. I'll straight dive into the questions. Uh, So Sri Ratan Tata ji in your book mentioned that very less has been written about leading from the back or a softer style of management. So can you tell us what is a softer style of management or a softer style of leadership?
You see, normally when you think of leadership, you're thinking of leading from the front. That's been ingrained in our minds for a long, long time. And it has been, I would say, with a lot of success for several decades or years. But now things are changing and we need to change our style. Uh, because that kind of leadership is very loud. It's always there in newspapers. It's there in magazines, covers of the magazines. It's always talking about itself. So it is visible. And people take to therefore remember that there's also another kind of leadership which is not visible, but it is as effective, if not more effective on a long-term basis. And that is the soft type of leadership. And that is one has tried to practice during my 5 decades of experience. And I can only say that wherever I was, things happened. And people and the team, they rose to the occasion and did things. I kept myself in background. And that is what it is all about. And therefore, Mr. Tata has also, in a way, noticed it and has mentioned about it in the book. In fact, the entire Tata Group, if you look at it, we are not loud mouths. We don't want to all the time go into the media and things like that. So we like to be understated. So let the work speak for itself, not the person speaking for itself.
Thank you so much, sir. So you also mentioned that leading from back has sort of a feminine touch. So could you elaborate on that?
You see, as you know, every human being uh, has part of both. Males have a part of femininity in it, and females have part of masculinity in it. You have heard of Ardhanarishwar, so that's a great example. But there it is very, very kind of, I would say, light, loud, and visible. But each one of us has that. So if we look at that part of our lives, especially males, then you do tend to create a little, I would say, caring attitude. Because it all starts from the female, this thing from the mother downwards. So and females are therefore are more of caring attitudes. So if you create that kind of thing in you, that's what I'm talking about, the feminine part of your thing. If you become caring, you become caring for your colleagues, you become caring for the workers, you get caring for your friends, you become caring for this thing. And look at that, caring for animals. So that I would say is I would say a bit of feminine part.
Thank you so much, sir. So leading from the back talks about three questions. How should a leader be? How should a leader deal with the team? And how should a leader deal with the task? Answering the first question, that how should a leader be, the book mentions that a leader should assume ownership and at the same time be detached. So how does these principles work out simultaneously?
Yeah. So as you're rightly mentioning, there are three parts to it. And this happened, I would say, on a lot of reflection as to how should I be. So there are three parts, as you have mentioned. One is have an open mind, and other is to take ownership, and third is be detached. So I'll just give an example. I think that may be a little more, I would say, telling. So when I joined LML Vespa, it's true everywhere else also, but this, I think, example may be more, more evocative of the point. So I joined LML Vespa. I was based at Delhi because I had to leave for family reasons to leave Bangalore from Titan and come to Delhi. That was a reason. It was not that I wanted to spend my whole career there. I thought I'd spend a couple of years. But then when I went into it, I saw that the company that time had gone down very badly. It was making huge losses. It was a joint venture between Singhania family and Piaggio of Italy, Vespa scooters. So the question was that the company was going to go into liquidation. And you needed to therefore understand as to what should you be doing. And what is one prime thing which will motivate you, which will give you inner urge, inner strength to make it happen. And that was that. So you thought to yourself that I'm the owner of the company, although you are not in financial terms, but you assume you are the owner of the company. And if you get that attitude, the whole perspective changes. Because if you think you are owner of the company, then you are thinking there are so many people to be fed. And if the company goes down the tube and gets liquidated, what will happen to these people? So in fact, one of my colleagues asked me that you keep saying ki 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 mouths to be fed, but we have only 5,000 workers. How do you saying 20,000? So I said, but each worker has got family of 4. So that's how you get to 20,000. So 20,000 people are dependent upon this. So when you are owning this, and this you talk to my ex-colleagues, they will all tell you this. So we all started with that kind of attitude that it is my company, it is our company, and that we cannot let these people starve, the family starve, and therefore you took the ownership. At the same time, it's not that we were looking for money, nor are we looking for prestige or positions, that if we save it from going into liquidation, that we are going to be rewarded with crores of rupees or will become managing directors. No, that was never the intention. So there's a detachment to it. I'm doing it for some other purpose. I'm not doing it for myself. And that's what I would call detachment. In lives, you always ups and downs. And sometimes when things go well, we tend to attach that success to ourselves. And when things go bad, then we tend to pass on the blame to others. So I think this is, in my view, is not a correct attitude. You are neither 100% responsible for the success, nor are you 100% responsible for the. And therefore, if you have a sense of detachment, you are able to take both success and failure with greater equanimity, and therefore you have more stable frame of mind.
So now that you've explained it, it makes much more sense. Uh, Sir, in the book, a very interesting study was mentioned about a group of Harvard Business School graduates 10 years after the graduation. So everybody assumed since they are from Harvard, they would be either leading their industry or would be the CEO of their company. But after 10 years, after the research, the survey found out that most of these graduates are stuck in the middle management. And then you talked about failures and the importance of it. So could you tell us a bit more on that?
So let's go back to why we fail. Because what we study in books or what we study in school is very different from what you study in life. And therefore we are not well prepared for working in life. So we think what we have learned here is what can be applicable. No, because each thing is very unique. You're going with this kind of thing. One thing we are not able to kind of teach in schools and colleges so much is how to deal with people. This, to my thing, is very fundamental to success in life. How to deal with people, how to deal with your colleagues, how to deal with workers, how to deal with this. And in that, as you said, as in the book it is mentioned, how to create a team. How to create a team for success, that is to build trust, collaborate, and then leverage strength. These are all very simple stuff, very, very simple stuff. But the fact is, we don't do it. We don't do it. And therefore, if we are able to do it, and this is what reflected in the Harvard's study, they thought that if whatever they have learned is going to be applicable, whichever way, I'm going to be tough, I'm going to be nasty, I'm going to that doesn't matter. What I'm going this is there, I'm right. But that doesn't work in life. Because at the end of the day, you are not the only one who's creating something. See, unless you are a painter and all, something is all right. But as long as you are an organization, it consists of people, both within the organization and external environment. Your success is dependent on that. So if you are able to work that out, and it was found that Harvard, probably I don't want to say it may look a bit rude, because they are taught to be aggressive. They are taught to be the whole US system or Western system is leading from the front. I'm the greatest. I'm this thing. So you keep doing this, then people will get turned off, and therefore they won't kind of give their best to you. So I think that is what got reflected in Harvard Business School, that people, everybody thought Harvard में everybody सब लोग वहां पहुंच जाएंगे, पहुंचे नहीं, इसलिए नहीं पहुंचे कि हम एक दूसरे के साथ कैसे व्यवहार करते हैं। व्यवहार जो है, it is a far more important thing than, in my view, the knowledge of the industry. So I may just like to take another thing from that. You know, I have worked in 7 companies, each in a different industry, of which I had no knowledge, including Tata Motors. I had no knowledge of four-wheelers. Previous to that, Philips, I had no knowledge of consumer electronics or Elmeveska or Titan watches, and I can go on. But how things happened? Things happened because we were able to work as a team. And therefore, we were able to create same people who are said, you know, these people are inefficient, these people are useless. They are the people who come together, band together, and then create success. So it is not something which is again very rocket science. But this I would like everybody to keep at the back of your mind all the time, that it is dealing with people which is of most fundamental importance than having knowledge of anything. Of course, if you have knowledge of that, it adds to it. But you can have knowledge. If you don't do this, you won't succeed.
So I would also like to ask you about the importance of failures in one life, and how can we learn from failures? Because the various books that we read in leadership and management, the failure or the importance of failure is highlighted. But we, as someone who's going to start off or as a beginner, fear failure so much. But the failure are important in lives. So how do you see failure, sir?
So we must understand that it can never be in life that you are going like this. So failures are part of life as much as success is part of your life. And that you need to understand. That is why I said be detached. That means be more equanimity in your mind. The failures will be there. And failures must happen. Because the failures don't happen, you don't learn. Because then you begin to feel, no, that's the only way to, because you will find that more successful you are, more egoistic you become. So as individuals, as organizations also, if they are successful, they feel, no, they know everything, nothing else exists. But that is where the cause of then the failure is. And you see across the world, across industries, organizations, as well as people, those have succeeded a lot and have gone very, very far. At some point in time, they have had to face failure, and either they got finished or the organizations got finished, big ones, very big ones. I don't want to name, very big ones. And therefore, oh, they have not been able to work out as to how things are changing outside, and therefore they need to adapt. They need to adapt to those changes. And the failure comes according to that. We have seen very many failures. And what to learn from it. I'll cite one example. Nano. Nano innovation was, I think, an outstanding success. I don't think anywhere in the world anybody could have produced a car within 1 lakh. If anybody in the world could have set up a whole factory for making cars and had to ship the factory to another place and create a third location from where some production was being made available. It's a unique case in the world, entire world in any industry. So when we were going out from Sangur, then we dismantled everything, machines, nut by nut, bolt by bolt, put them into 1,300 containers, took it to Gujarat. And in Gujarat, while this was happening, Gujarat was building up. And in meanwhile, in Uttarakhand, we were trying to get something going. So this is all very unique, but finally it didn't succeed commercially. So it was great for innovation, great for manufacturing, great for everything, but it did not succeed. And we're trying to understand why it did not succeed commercially. It should have been all over the place. It was philosophically kind of social. So if you take the social aspect of it, it should have succeeded beyond means. But things did not happen. I mean, we have conjectures, we have this thing, but we have still not found what it is. So what we have done is, okay, we have taken at least the good points of it and how to translate those good points into our new products or new this thing. So that has been, I think, a great benefit of failure.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Charlie Munger has said that mentors are hugely important and we should actively seek mentors in our life. So, could you share a personal story or experience where you have actively sought a mentor and learned from them? And so, could you also comment on the process of seeking mentorship?
Well, both my life and what I've given through is only full of mentors. I am what I am is because I was fortunate to have mentors, whether from your family, this thing, or school you go to, which teacher is there. Teachers are so important, as you know, in molding the minds. Then you come to the companies. So I have mentioned in my book, in acknowledgement, as to I picked out 7 persons who have, in a way, been my gurus. And I've learned so much from them. And therefore, if I had not come across these kind of people, I would have been a different person. I don't know. But I am what I am is largely to the extent of that. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that I had such kind of mentors in my life. And that's important. And I've learned something from each other. So if you read the book in acknowledgement, you'll see it very clearly that I have acknowledged the mentors that I have encountered in my life and what I have gone from. In fact, specifically it's mentioned this thing, for example, for Mr. Tata, I mentioned how to think big and bold. I don't think I could ever thought that big and bold if I was not in Tata Motors and if I was not in the mentorship of Mr. Tata. I mean, when I joined Tata Motors, the turnover was $1.9 billion. When I left, it was $39 billion. That $39 billion is world scale by any standards in any industry. Of course, we were the largest auto company, largest engineering, besides oil companies, we were the largest. So I'm saying it cannot be unless you have able to think whether it was in South Korea going for Daewoo or Jaguar Land Rover in UK or making Nano or making Iris. Yeah, these are very big boards. And unless you have somebody like Mr. Tata kind of blessing you, you cannot take these big boards. And therefore, thinking that size, that big, it only because Mr. Tata thought that way and he encouraged us to think that way. It's not that he would not go into nuts and bolts or minor things. So he would leave it to you and therefore created an environment in which you could feel comfortable taking those bold steps. And once you take a bold step and succeed, then you go for the next one. That gives you greater confidence. And then you go for the next one, like that.
But I think we all are hugely inspired by Ratan Tata ji as well. So before going further, I would ask audience to ask a couple of questions if you have anything to ask Mr. Ravikant sir. Please pass on the mic to sir.
Sir. So myself, Dr. Rajesh. Sir, in your book also and in this conversation also, you talked about so much of your personal achievement in terms of your professional life. But at the same time, in anybody's life, the professional achievement is personal achievement or the fulfillment of hobbies and other things is equally important as compared to the professional achievement which you have.
Sorry, can you come again?
Yeah.
The-
So what I'm trying to say that in anybody's life, the professional achievement is important, but at the same time, the personal fulfillment of your personal hobbies and other things are also equally important. So, what is your mantra going to be, and based on your personal experience, sir, that how you kept the balance between the two? Like you achieved so much in your professional life, but at the same time, how did you keep balance of fulfilling your personal desire, your hobbies, your other things. So thanks.
So thank you. So what I'm going to answer will not be a news to you people because yeah, yesterday I spent time with some of you, including your director. The bottom line in life is how to be happy. And I don't think anybody can specify what you should do to keep you happy. Somebody will find happiness in music. Somebody will find just walking for 1 hour, 2 hours. Somebody will find happiness in doing some painting. Somebody will find in talking to people. There are different forms, and I don't think there is one pat answer कि अच्छा ये भी कीजिए, ये भी कीजिए. That वो हर इंडिविजुअल को अपना देखना होता है वो कैसे हैप्पी रहेगा. कोई हैप्पी रहेगा खाली क्वाइट रहने का. 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा हमें क्वाइट रहना है. दैट मेक्स यू हैप्पी. तो अल्टीमेटली आपको ये देखना होगा कि आप हैप्पी कैसे होगे. अभी बोला कल डॉक्टर प्रभात से बात हुई जब इन्होंने सारा बताया हैप्पीनेस एंड वेलबींग. I mean, it was all music to my ears because this is what I have been practicing, how to be happy. And when you say happiness, then anywhere you are, whatever you are, we have got energies which radiate. So when you are happy, then you're radiating that energy also to other people, is it not? When you have negative thoughts, then you are radiating those negative thoughts also. It happens all times in our lives, whether we realize or don't realize. So that is something which I've tried to do is to how to keep happy as much as possible. Ultimately, that is the in my view, the purpose of life. Somebody can find happiness in earning a lot of money. Somebody can find in doing something else. Somebody can do it in doing sports. So it is very, जिसको बोलते हैं कि ये उस लक्ष्य पे कैसे पहुंचना और उसको कैसे फॉलो करना, ये सबके लिए अपना अपना आंसर निकालना होता है, अपने सबसे खोज निकालनी पड़ती है। ये कोई बता नहीं सकता है कि आप ये करो तो हैप्पी हो जाओ, ये नहीं। तो ये एवरीबॉडी इज फाउंड टू फाइंड दैट। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have one more question?
A very good morning to all of you. I am Jaipuria Yadav from Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Sir, your title of the book to achieve the impossible, and three questions arises about the how should I be, how should I deal with the team, and how should I deal with the task. Sir, please explain these three statements one time more.
पहले तो मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि ये किताब मेरी नहीं है, मैं को ऑथर हूँ, तीन लोग हैं इसमें। तो we should not confuse that this is only my book. Yes, most of the principles which have gone there, I may have come from me, but it's been written by three persons, and all three are equally responsible for what is written. तो ये एक इसके लिए थोड़ी सी आपको कहानी बताना चाहूंगा। ये मुझको मालूम नहीं था कि क्या होता है रीडिंग कम्युनिटी। मैं तो किसी तरीके से काम कर रहा था, हमको मालूम नहीं उसको क्या बोलेंगे। तो 3 साल पहले कोई बड़ा मशहूर और नॉलेजेबल एडवर्टाइजिंग का प्रोफेशनल था, जो कि हेडलाइंस बनाते हैं। और तो हेडलाइंस में तो सारा जिसको बोलते हैं तथ्य जो है वो आ जाता है कि टूथपेस्ट कैसा होना चाहिए, या स्कूटर कैसा होना चाहिए। तो हम लोग खड़े थे पटना एयरपोर्ट में, तो मैंने उससे पूछा कि भाई ये बताओ, हमारी वे ऑफ वर्किंग को तुम कैसे डिस्क्राइब करोगे। उसने ज्यादा सोचा नहीं, उसने बोला रवि यू लीड फ्रॉम द बैक। I didn't know what it means, but that is because he has seen me for 20 years. He is an advertising professional, and he has given that saransh in this. Then I had to sit down and work out what does it mean. I wanted to deconstruct what does it mean, and it took me quite some time. I went back to 5 decades of my experience, and then I tried to crystallize what it means. And that is what those 3 pointers are, what it means. It means that to be successful, first I must change myself. And what are the major attributes of myself? One is keep myself mind open. I'm पूरी मतलब किताब में यहाँ बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ। Keep your mind open. हम लोग सोचते हैं कि भाई हमारा ही माइंड खुला है, दूसरे का बंद रहता है हमेशा, ये सोचते हैं हम लोग। दूसरे से पूछे कि हमारा माइंड कैसा था, मालूम पड़ेगा वो बोलेगा आपका तो क्लोज माइंड है हमेशा। So it is a very difficult thing to keep your mind open. And then as Dr. Pandey has mentioned about ownership and detachment, ये है। एक बार अपने को आपने वो कर लिया तो फिर आपको टीम बनानी है। तो टीम कैसे बनाएगी? So you need to start by with trust. कई बार ये सवाल होता है कि हम ट्रस्ट करें पहले या दूसरा आदमी हमको ट्रस्ट करें। इसमें मैं बहुत क्लियर हूं। First you have to start by trusting people, and then expect other people to trust you through your behavior. What you do, then only people will trust you. And say, सब लोग 100 लोग हैं तो ऐसा नहीं कि कल सब लोग आपको ट्रस्ट करने लगे, नहीं। 5-6 लोग आपको ट्रस्ट करेंगे, बाकी लोग को कई महीने लगेगा। हो सकता है कि एंड में 2 साल भी हो जाए तो 6-7-8 लोग हो जो आपको ट्रस्ट नहीं करें। You have to acknowledge this. और फिर कोलैबोरेट करना, ये करना। तो अब आपने अपने को चेंज कर लिया, एक टीम बना लिया आपने बढ़िया, तो अब आपको लक्ष्य के ऊपर जाना है। बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू आर देयर फॉर अ पर्पस, एज समबडी सेड, एंड यू हैव टू फाइंड द पर्पस। एंड आई एम नॉट एन इंक्रीमेंटलिस्ट. I don't see therefore if we have done 100, so I should do 105 and therefore 5% increase. No. You look at what the opportunity is there, not from what was your past. From past, when you go, you can go only up to here. You get limited by your imagination. You get limited by your thinking. You're limited, you get constrained by your past. So I am saying break through with the past. Take into consideration, be cognizant of that, but don't get bound by that. You see what would be the opportunity. And then when you think of opportunity, then you come back and see how I can now get that opportunity. And you will see that it is very difficult and all that. And then you go for innovation and things like that. So ये सब चीजें जो है, जैसे कि एलएमएल का केस मैंने बताया, या इवन नैनो का बताया और एयर्स का बताया, all this is there to, you could not have done this unless you thought big and bold, and unless you thought, let me look at what the opportunity could be and work backwards. So that is why the title of the book is Lead from the Back to Achieve the Impossible. You can lead from the back and be an incrementalist. No, we are talking about you can achieve the impossible also by leading from the back. That really is the whole crux of the whole matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, what just you mentioned right now about building a team and how the basis of building a team is trust. In the book, it's mentioned that one of the points of building trust is to be real. The book mentions that being real is about being open, honest, approachable, humble, and respectful. Sir, I want to ask you, but in reality, one might not be very approachable and, polite all the time. So, what's your
Yeah,
take
then you
on
don't
that?
build trust. Because people should know real means you are authentic. You are who you are. So you need to be transparent. You need to have, you should apply the same yardstick to everybody. It should not happen कि आपने हमारे आप जानकार हैं, मैं आप मतलब हमको आप जानते हैं, तो आपके लिए हम दूसरा रूल बना रहे हैं, उसके लिए दूसरा रूल बनाए. This is not correct. Then you don't build trust to this. I'll give an instance yesterday. We were coming by Indigo flight. We were in the second row. So because it's a short flight, the weather was bumpy. तो उन्होंने बोला सर आपने ये रिजर्व किया ये खाना तो ठीक है, उसके साथ कुछ आप ले लीजिए कोई मतलब लिक्विड का. तो हमारी वाइफ ने बोला कि भाई हमको कॉफी मिल सकती है क्या. बोला नहीं, सब देख रहे हैं वो वेदर ठीक नहीं है, तो सीट पे साइन इज ऑन, सो वी कैन नॉट गिव यू. 15 minutes later, so we didn't have coffee or tea. We had some cold drink or something like that. 15 minutes later, three guys sitting in front, somehow managed to get coffee and tea, hot tea and tea. Now you tell me, in this situation, would we trust the hostesses who were doing this? You will not trust, because you are giving a different treatment to different people, whoever they may be. But in the plane, you are all equal, you are all as passengers. So I said, I must go and talk to them, not make a scene about it. So I went to the toilet and there all the three were there. And मैंने उनको बोला, मैंने कहा कि देखिए हम लोगों ने मांगी थी कॉफी, आपने दी नहीं, और इन लोग को दी. साहब वो लोग बहुत वो कर रहे थे और जाके ये कर रहे थे, हमने कहा ये बहुत गलत चीज है. I didn't want to say, look, if you want, I can go to the topmost guy in Indigo and tell him that. But you should not do this, because we trust the organization to treat everybody, all the passengers in an equal manner. This is what I'm talking about, equitable behavior. It's a small thing, but it is very important. That means I'll not trust them. So in our lives, we also do small things like this. And we think we are being very clever. कि मैंने वो कर दिया. But everybody else is watching you. And they will therefore come to their own conclusion as to whether they should trust you or not. So just by speaking that I should develop trust and I have trust doesn't mean anything. So it is through your behavior, especially through these small things, that people will begin to see whether they should trust you or not trust you.
You, sir. I have to ask this next question. It's come by students. So, as a leader in your industry, what are your thoughts on the notion that beginners should work a 70-hour work week?
Sorry?
As a leader in your industry, what are your thoughts on the notion that beginners should work a 70-hour work week?
Well, honestly speaking, I think it's superfluous. Totally superfluous. Number of hours, number of this. देखिए इम्पोर्टेंट, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि हमारा लक्ष्य क्या है और हमको क्या करना है. Then you focus on that to make it happen. Whether 70 hours or 100 hours does not matter. It does not matter. Because at that time you are only possessed. Your mission is to make that thing happen. If you are of that kind. If you are ठीक है नहीं चलता है attitude, तो ठीक है चाहे आप 70 hour करो, 50 घंटे करो, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It doesn't matter. So in my view, that discussion is totally superfluous. So you need to work as much as you want to, as much as you can do to achieve your purpose. To my mind, that is important.
Thank you, sir. We can now again have some questions from the audience.
Good morning, sir. So my name is Asta Jain and I'm part of a Jaipuria Institute of Management. So my question to you is that Tata Group strongly is committed to giving back to the society. So what is the ideology or motivation behind it? Because other companies don't do that, don't follow that practice that much. But why is Tata Group following that? What is the motivation and ideology behind it? And how has it helped the group in growing in comparison to its competitors?
It all started from Jamshedji Tata, more than 120 years ago. And his philosophy was that we are not the owners. Actually, जो मैंने बोला ना, think of yourself owners. तो उन्होंने इसको थोड़ा सा different twist दिया है. You think he's gone up a step beyond that. He said, you are not the owner. You are the trustee of the money, of the faith people have reposed in you. So some people have given you money, you are trustee of that. For that, you are getting a productive use. And therefore, there is a concept of trusteeship, not of ownership. And it so happened that, and he also said that, whatever comes from the society, that means हम अगर कुछ चीज बना रहे हैं, पैसा बना रहे हैं, मुनाफा कर रहे हैं, so many times over it must go back to the society. Now this concept, therefore, led them to do many things which were path-breaking at that point. We are talking about 100 years ago, 80 years ago, 70 years ago. Kind of things they did. They finally became law in the country. Whether it is concerned with labor, is concerned with maternity leave, concerned with sick leave, concerned with that thing, concerned with that thing. So they had this thing, it must go back to the society. Now that has propelled us to doing this. Somebody asked Mr. J.R.D. Tata, uh, his successor. Look, so many people have made so much money and new guys have come and they have grown so much. We have not grown so much. Well, yes, I agree. We could have also grown many times over. But I would not like to do that, abandoning my this principle. So it causes a difficulty. It has challenges on a daily life, on regular basis. It's not so easy, but you got to decide which path you have want to take. So once you have decided which path I want to take, then you take that path. So if I take a couple of minutes, the structure of the Tata Group is like this. So Jamshedji Tata's two sons, the Ratan Tata and Sundarabji Tata, they were both childless. So they put all their wealth into two trusts. Now these two trusts, along with some small minor trusts, they are the major shareholder of a company, private company called Tata Sons. इसमें उनका 2/3 ओनरशिप उनकी है और 1/3 कुछ और लोगों की है और कंपनी उसकी है. तो ये ट्रस्ट जो है ये ओन करता है टाटा सन्स को. Tata Sons then owns in different size of ownership. Then they own shares in Tata Motors or Tata Steel or whichever other companies there. So it is an indirect method of this thing. So they don't own. So a lot of people say if Mr. Tata is a billionaire. Mr. Tata is not a billionaire. He owns, and it's a public knowledge. I think he owns about 1% or something like that of Tata Sons. But by virtue of being the chief trustee of those two trusts, he's in a commanding position to direct the company. So we have the concept of trusteeship. We don't even have the concept of ownership. So that makes a huge difference. And then whatever comes to the society should go back to the society many times over. These two principles are, I would say, bedrock principles on which Tata Group functions and lives. And our bottom line is leadership with trust. So we evoke trust. Why do you buy sometimes you buy a product which may not be as good, but you buy it because it's back better. I remember when I was Titan watches, Titan watches was the kind of a breakaway company. Means Tata Sons and Tata Group companies also known for some other thing. Means legacy hai, ancient hai, ye hai wo. Titan watches wanted to be a very quick, this thing, very kind of fashionable industry and all that kind of thing. So we created everything. We created watches, advertising and all. There was a big discussion. Should we say from Tata or should we not say from Tata? They said, no, it has nothing to do with Tata. हम तो दूसरे टाइप की चीज कर रहे हैं. वो इमेज टाटा की जो है उससे दूसरे टाइप की. What did we advise? Ultimately, we decided to say from Tata. And that was one of the fundamental things for the success of the company. And therefore, I'm saying whichever company it is, they would like to then acknowledge that my origin, my genesis is from Tata. Of course, now I have to pay for it also. So if I use Tata name, then there are different forms. So if Mr. Ratan Tata had introduced it, then I have to pay for using that name. And through that, of course, it's an earning stream for Tata Sons.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have last few minutes left of this talk. Sir, I have few lighter questions with me. Can I ask those questions? So do you follow any memes? Do you like memes? Do you know what memes are?
Yeah.
Which is your favorite meme?
See, I'm somewhat antisocial. And therefore, in fact, I'm not even on any social media. I'm not even on WhatsApp either. And therefore, I keep myself in a somewhat different niche and I don't get into all that. Sorry to disappoint you.
Just your opinion. All right. So imagine that you had all sorts of dating apps while you were dating during your time. So what keywords would your dating profile say?
First is I never used uh,
Profile.
profiles for dating because I never dated. So I'm coming to the basics. I never dated. So that question does not arise. But I would like to say that uh, dating sites are very important for two reasons. Dating sites are very important. Why they're important? For two reasons. Number one is that actually it is these sites which gave impetus to internet and other things to go breakthrough. So they were the early users. They are the early users for algorithms. They are the early users for spread of internet. They are the early users for email. So what I'm trying to say is that dating sites have, because they have at the leading edge, they have done a lot, contributed a lot to expanding it, at least the first part. And then, of course, other people are. So that way, dating sites are important. Number two, dating sites are more important now. As again, as I was talking to your director yesterday, there's a growing sense of dissatisfaction. There's a growing sense of alienation. There's a growing sense of kind of gloomy scenario. A lot of that. And therefore, I feel that dating sites can alleviate part of it. I'm not saying everybody should go to dating site. I'm not saying, but because they are younger people today, you find that the marriage age is increasing, or people are not getting married. And I'm telling you from South Korea, China, Europe, India, and elsewhere, it is the same fundamental change which is there across the world. It has nothing to do with any society, and it's causing tremendous problem. So I was talking to somebody very well known to me in Delhi a week ago. So I said, "Why aren't you getting married?" She's about 30. They said, "Well, it's not that I don't want to get married, but I want to lead a happy life. And I don't have anybody with whom I can tie up to lead a happy life." So what can you tell to that person? So she said, Ki, I asked her, do you see the dating sites and all? She said, yes, I do. But I haven't found any, just for the heck of it, but I haven't found anybody to do. And then she narrated 2, 3 incidents, which were kind of demeaning for her, kind of this thing for her. And she said, look, this is the kind of responses you get on dating site. So I'm saying at least you can try and see if you get somebody this thing, but it still doesn't give you a guarantee that you'll lead a happy life.
All right, so thank you. Never really thought of importance of dating in site in that manner
Yeah.
that you just mentioned. Thank you, sir. So do you watch movies? Do you watch content on YouTube, OTT, or theater?
I used to watch, but it's kind of in past tense. For year and a half, 2 years, I've not been watching, and I do feel the absence of it, but somehow my mind has been working on different things, and I've not felt the urge to at this stage in my life, urge to be familiar and be this thing, that I'm missing something by not. By not.
Thank you, sir. So this is the last segment of our talk. It's sort of a rapid fire round, sir. So you know the deal of rapid fire. I ask you a question, you have to rapidly answer what you think. So let's say I ask you coffee or tea. So your answer would be your choice, your preference.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee or tea.
Both. Coffee, tea in the morning, coffee in the afternoon.
Something like this, sir. Suppose I ask you Tata or Maruti Suzuki. So you would say Tata. I mean,
Yeah. So don't ask me the question, then the answer is obvious.
no, I was just giving you. So this is how this game works. So, all right, sir. OTT or cinema halls?
Cinema halls.
Twitter or Instagram?
Neither. I don't use either.
Okay, sir. Luxury vacations or savings?
Actually, somewhere in between.
In between. Okay. Yeah. Chat GPT or Google?
That's a difficult one. But I think Chat GPT would be there. Although I don't use it, but I think the enormous potential that it has and what it can do to change our lives, we have not yet been able to fathom today. But I'm sure it will bring a revolutionary change to our lives.
Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk?
Okay, I would say Musk, but I must just give some what a thing is. They have done great things, and I think they have done revolutionary things. But I think they should be also more cognizance of the society, and therefore, I think there are a lot of ills which are coming to society because of that. And they should be cognizant of that, and they should be looking at the risks which are inherent in doing these kind of things. And they are at the moment focused mainly on growing business, which they are doing wonderfully well, and increasing the what do you say, the value of the company, but not about the risk that is inherent in these technologies. And I think society has begun to talk about it, and society has begun to do something about it. And always in life, if they don't do it, the society will do it. So my only thing is that they need to put guards, they need to make it safe environment for people to use these.
Thank you so much, sir. So, favorite book?
Well, I can talk, there are many, but I can talk about three.
That's great, sir.
You have heard of G. G is the epitome of kind of American capitalism, leading from the front on that. We have all heard of Jack Welch. So there are two books which have come out recently, last 1 year. One is Who Destroyed Capitalism? This is on Mr. Jack Welch. That's right. So you see who we used to revere in our times. He is the god. He was the manager of the century. And today book is coming out which says Who Destroyed Capitalism? It's about Jack Welch. And there's another book because after a lot of fanfare and this thing, he created a successor called Jack Welch. There's a book on him also. It's called Lights Out. And then you read about these two gentlemen, and then you begin to see, is this what I was revering? Is this what I want to follow? Is this what it is? Maybe some things are exaggerated, but it is giving another facet of things, a facet which things are going well, gets hidden, does not come out. Because at that point in time, only these good things come out. And because they are so powerful that they ensure that only good things come out. But later on, people then start writing and start doing this. Another one of relevance would be, we're talking about all this. There's a recent book which I'm actually still reading, which will be beneficial to all of you, is reinventing organizations. It's on a similar kind of thinking that you people are having, which I gather from your director. I'm also thinking is human race. Organization change because human races thought process changes. Is based on that philosophy. And therefore, it's talking about what is relevant for today, reinventing organization. What is relevant for today? And in a similar way, and I'll talk later, is what leadership, what kind of relevant. So there's a lot of things you will find in that which are of interest and useful to both of you as a either as a teacher or learner of organizations or later on.
My last question, sir, what's your advice to all our PGDM students?
Keep an open mind. Don't go with a closed mind. You know, many times I've seen, because I've been in some cases involved, some cases by sheer observation. This thing has come, which is very good to अच्छा मैं अपना business करूँगा, startup करूँगा, शुरू करूँगा. But two things have changed. One is that philosophy which was there, say 5 years ago, 10 years ago, where the money, afraad money was available. And money did not know what to be done with it. So people kept putting money. Now that period is over, that phase is over. And there is a liquidity crunch, or the money will follow only where it sees productive use of that, not to increase the valuation of the company. So while in the past it has happened, you got billion-dollar companies and several billion-dollar companies in India. It is going to be very difficult now. So don't chase that. You try to create a business for creating business in a productive sense of the word, not for creating valuation. I think this would be, because a lot of young people here may want to go into this. So I'm giving kind of a cautious advice. Number two is, when you're going into this, I've seen many times that these people then begin to think that they know everything. Now, they know everything syndrome comes when you're successful. Also, same thing comes. And I said, more successful a person is, more this thing is, I know everything. Now, that kind of syndrome which comes to successful people, it starts here. Yeah, I know everything. And therefore, they are not very willing to take advice. And you talked about mentorship and all earlier. I mean, there is, while you should be focused on your goal, while you should be focused on the idea, while you should be focused on that, you must be open to taking advice from other people. Then you decide what you still want to do. But you should have an open mind. You should evaluate that and then take call. So that would be my advice to young people here.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your pearls of wisdom. So everyone, Mr. Ravi Kanji, thank you.
Concluding this insightful session, I'm sure we have gained valuable insights, including the importance of adapting to the environment and people, learning from failures, and the power of leadership with trust. A special thanks to Dr. Ravi Kant sir, Dr. Himanshi Pandey ma'am, Dr. Swati Soni ma'am. Wishing you all a continued inspiration and growth. Now, I would like to request Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Daneshwar sir, to present Dr. Ravi Kant sir with a memento. I would request Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, our session chair and conference team to join us on the stage for a group photograph. I request the whole conference team to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph. Next up, we will be starting with the next session, starring Mr. Akib Wani sir, founder and director of Akib Wani Designer Forbes 30 Under 30. Thank you, and I, Divya Rani, signing off.
Very good. Last year, I think.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So there has been a slight change in the schedule because our chief guest of the inaugural, Shri Bal Mukundacharya ji, he has been stuck in some work, and that's why we are continuing with the author session and then this youth icon session. Post this, we will have our high tea, and after that, we will have our inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Youth is not a time of life. It is a state of mind. It is a matter of the will, quality of the imagination, a vigor of the emotions. With this profound quote by Samuel Ullman, I, Ria Jain, with my co-host Priyanshi Gupta, welcome you all to the Youth Icon session of the 11th International Conference 2025 India Rising. Today, we embark on a journey that celebrates the spirit, dynamism, and potential of the youth amidst the backdrop of India's flourishing prominence on the global stage, as India has its largest ever adolescent and youth population, and it will continue to have one of the youngest populations in the world till 2030, as per UNFPA projections. In this session, we delve into the lives, achievements, and aspirations of individuals who epitomize the essence of youth empowerment, inspiration, and leadership. Now, I would like to invite the anchor for the session, Dr. Akash D. Dubey, sir. Sir is currently the assistant professor at Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. He is also the chairperson of placements SIP Corporate Relations at Jaipuria, Jaipur. Dr. Akash has completed his PhD from IIT BHU Varanasi in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Prior to Jaipuria, he was working as an assistant professor at Fiji International University in Fiji for 4 years. He has written several reputed international research articles and international conferences. Dr. Dubey has conducted many workshops and seminars in Fiji and India. During his tenure at Jaipur Institute of Management, Jaipur, Dr. Dubey has conducted several MDP sessions. His research interest area include artificial intelligence, ICT in education, social media, and computational intelligence. Apart from this, his interest includes photography. His photographs has been published in multiple international magazines and websites. Now, I take this opportunity to invite our esteemed speaker for the session, Mr. Akib Bani, with Ms. Amrita Khanna. Ma'am, we kindly request to be on the stage. Akib Bani, founder and director, Akib Bani Design, Forbes 30 Under 30 for Asia Design 2021, is a self-taught experiential designer and art director with creative expertise in spaces, festivals, sets, interiors, interactive installations, weddings, visual and graphic design, blending the aesthetic palettes absorbed through his Kashmiri heritage and upbringing in New Delhi. He has no formal training or education in design. From working as the art director for a music magazine to learning the boundaries of space design, he has mastered the art of not just 2D, but also 3D design. Akib Bani Design, the experiential design studio, has worked and collaborated with a variety of brands, including International Music Festival, Lollapalooza, recently happened in Mumbai, Indian cricket team, JSW for Asian Games, United Nations, Spotify, Adidas, Coca-Cola, MG Motors, Nestle, Serendipity Arts Festival 2022, Red FM, Levi's, Phoenix Malls, Gas, Fast Track, Superdry, Bacardi NH7 Weekender, PVR, Tempest Gin, Rajasthan Royals, Johnny Walker, Budweiser, Glenfiddich, Jaywalking, Almost Gods, Design X Design. He has also worked with various celebrity icons like Ranveer Singh, Cosmopolitan Ritu Kumar, Anjul Bhandari, etc. The studio has also designed special edition shoes for Rohit Sharma for IPL 2021 and 2022 and his collection with Adidas. Akib Bani was also the art director for Isha Ambani's Sangeet at Udaipur and Akash Ambani's wedding in Mumbai. Sir, we are privileged to have you here on the stage. As per the tradition of Jaipuria, we welcome our guests by planting a sapling in their name in Nainital, Uttarakhand, which can also be tracked. So now I would request session anchor along with our director sir to join us on the stage to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Akif Bani, representing him a green certificate. With the great enthusiasm and high spirits, we welcome you, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Akash Dubey sir to take the session forward.
Good morning, Akhil. Good morning to everyone. Firstly, the backbenchers जो इतनी बातें कर रहे हैं ना, थोड़ा ध्यान दे दो प्लीज. आवाज आ रही है पीछे? I mean, बिल्कुल आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी. क्या आपको पीछे आवाज आ रही है मेरी? एक और बार हो जाए. क्या पीछे आवाज आ रही है? आगे वालों को आवाज आ रही है? क्या सबको आवाज आ रही है? लगता है नाश्ता नहीं किया इन लोगों ने आज. तो पहले आईटी कर लेना चाहिए था, because this is very little energy, because I feel like, you know, for this session we need some serious energy, right?
So guys, आवाज आ रही है? नहीं आ रही है? How's the Josh? Right. So
Amazing.
thank you, Akif. Thank you first of all for being in Jaipuria, Jaipur
Thank you
for
for
this
having me.
youth conference. And I'll cut to the chase.
Yes.
So when we talk about Akif, the first line that I actually read or listen to is the Akif Bani, a self-taught experiential designer, right? So how? What is the journey behind this self-taught experiential designer?
Well, to be honest, this all starts from the time जब मेरे से पढ़ाई नहीं हो रही थी. And I know I'm in a college right now and amongst all the students. And I'm going to be very honest. आज दिल खोल के बोलूंगा, मैं 11th standard में fail हुआ था. एक बार नहीं, दो बार. And that really was something when I felt like, अरे बाबा, this is not something to be clapping for, by the way. No? ऐसा नहीं है कि fail होके clapping होती. Please, wrong impression to be going out. But that to me was really a moment in my life where I felt like, यार, पढ़ाई मेरे से नहीं हो रही, and I was struggling really bad with studies. You know, मेरे से नहीं हो रहा था. You know, and that was when I went back into my own shell to say, you know, what is it that I can do in my life? You know, life खत्म हो गई. Obviously, society saying to my parents, अरे शर्मा जी के लड़के को देखो, अरे आपके लड़के को देखो, क्या कर रहा है आप? Fail, फिर से fail. So obviously, you know, you had that societal pressure on you to perform. And then at the same time, you're just like in your head, you just feel like you're a failure for life. You're not going to get anywhere in your life. But at the same time, I was good at arts. And that's also the moment when I was playing music. So I felt like, you know, this is the part in my life where I found solace through music and arts. And, you know, that's where the, you know, entirely is when I got back to that part. And I was like, कुछ नहीं सही तो ये कर लेता हूँ. It probably will land me up somewhere. You know, and yeah, I think that's how the journey started, you know, for me to keep making arts. You know, I remember अपनी diary के पीछे, you know, I'd always make drawings. I'd always be good in my arts class. I would always be, you know, playing guitar, in fact, which also explains why I've got long hair. And, you know, that was really something that I enjoyed. And clearly, parents wanted, obviously, me to do things that would really put me in a pedestal, such as the doctors or the engineers. But उनके बेटे को ये सब तो नहीं समझ आता था. वो जो मुझे समझ आता था वो था playing music or doing arts. Now, going back to the whole idea of, you know, having the societal pressure that I kept telling you about. So while I was playing in a band, I think, you know, that's where my journey started. And again, the uncles and the aunties and the rishtedars who would always say, अरे क्या आपका बेटा गवैया बन गया, क्या कर रहा है? कुछ थोड़ा सेंस लाइए इसमें, कुछ करिए, मतलब give him something to do proper, something serious. Obviously in the world they think that this that we do as arts is something that's just time pass. And you know how things have changed. The fact that years later, probably 13 years later, is when I got 430 under 30. अब वही रिश्तेदार वापस मेरे पेरेंट्स को आके बोलते हैं, यार वाह वानी साहब, आपके लड़के ने तो दिखा दिया करके, अब हमारे बेटे को भी सिखा दो. Now this is when I say the world comes full circle. पहले आप हमारा मजाक उड़ाओ, फिर आप हमारे पास ही वापस आके हमसे हेल्प मांगो. So for me, I'm never gonna say no to those things. Earlier, though, but this is a part in my life where I've been like, yes, I'm here to help you out, to tell you if your kid is struggling, I'm here to help you. I'm here to guide them. So that's again why I'm here to guide you.
Okay, so you started your journey in Srinagar, right? So
Not really in Srinagar. I am from Srinagar, but in Delhi itself.
during one of your talks, I just heard that your father was an inspiration for you.
Yes.
Right. So
Forever.
can you tell me how exactly this came along?
So I'll take you back in 80s, when my dad decided to move out of Kashmir because, he felt like, it would be best for my family, to give them a new life in Delhi or somewhere else. So I remember my dad, his dad passed away while he was 12, and, he had his elder brother, and he moved from Kashmir only in place to, look for a better livelihood. And, he went on in Delhi, riding a bicycle with shawls, like you'd see, and just going door to door, trying to sell shawls or carpets and things that we always get to see. And that's who my father is. And, that's something that I cherish very much because I felt like he, again, is also a self-made man and someone who could come to Delhi, also not only have his family set up there, get a house, get a car, and also have two boys. एकदम दो शैतान लड़के को पैदा किया और उनको पाला पोसा और प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ाई कराई. So for me I felt like that was such a big task for my dad to do really, and I felt like he did probably more than what one could have imagined. And I could really keep going on and on about my dad, like everyone else also can. But I think all of my achievements really I give it to both my parents.
So, on behalf of all the audience, our younger audience, I have one question. So, you find your solace in music and designing, right?
Yeah.
So, many times we are also confused that is it my hobby or which is I'm actually pursuing, or is it going to be my career that will actually I make a career out of it? How did you decide what there was there any process of it, or you just went along the stream and then decided, okay, this is what I'm going to do?
So I'll take you all back to 2007 is when I failed. आपको तो बता ही दिया मैंने फेल हो गया था तो समझना था कि करना क्या है. I was playing in a band and we wanted to promote shows. And the fact that I wanted to promote shows, I started making art. And back then before Facebook, we had Orkut, right? So on Orkut, I used to put these posters up, and that's how one could really put the word out, like, this band is performing. And the name of the band was Phobia. And Phobia back then was performing pretty much everywhere, all colleges, all IIMs, all IITs. And इस वजह से what happened? Other bands sort of started taking notice, यार आके काम तो बढ़िया है यार, हमारे लिए भी बनाओ. And this is at the age of what, 15, 16, I remember. Obviously, parents would not support me for music because they wanted me to obviously study first. And rightly so. And automatically I was like, कोई बात नहीं, पैसे नहीं देते, so let me figure out a way to earn money. So I started A, giving guitar lessons to kids. B, started making artwork for bands. And this is how sort of started making my own income. This is at the age of 15 itself. So I started making money at the age of 15. And clearly I knew college to मेरे से होने नहीं वाला. I did enroll in Delhi University, but never ended up going because I think midway I realized that I think this is really not something I can do. And I was really enjoying arts really at that point. So bands sort of, started taking notice of my work, started working with bands. Now, this is the first time I get a call from an organization called RSJ. And this was a music magazine back then. And those guys said, listen, your aesthetics match very well with our aesthetics as well. Why don't you come on board, join us as an intern? So I joined as an intern at that magazine. And for someone who was 17 at that time, I was like, yeah, sahi hai. Matlab, all my friends are aspiring to become graphic designers and, studying communication design in their colleges. Maybe 5 years later, they'll be done with their degrees. By then, what had happened? I had from an intern become the junior designer, from junior designer I had become a senior designer, then ended up becoming the art director of the magazine, in a span of 4 years. And by then my friends were still studying in college. And, that was the whole difference for me, that I took that initial leap and, sort of helped me pave my whole career, in fact, in the beginning.
Just for the information, you can ask anytime. You can ask questions if you've got any question. You can raise your hand and we'll give the mic to you. Right. Is there any question? Please, can you pass on the mic? Okay, before the mic reaches to her.
Yes.
So you became the art director of a very good, well-known company, and you were employed and you were getting salary at what your colleagues wouldn't have been getting at that
Correct.
time.
Yeah.
And then you resigned and you started with your own company, right? So was there any planned way that, okay, I'll be starting with my own studio, or it was just one leap of faith that, okay, let's do it. क्या होता है देखते हैं.
I'll tell you, after quitting RSJ, that's when I joined a design studio, and this was the first time I was actually getting schooled, for so to say, that I was working amongst other designers. I was working with a designer, and that designer was very, very well known in his own world as well. And that's where I felt like that's where I learned a lot about design, right? And I think from 2014 to 2018 is when I worked there. And in between all of that, I'd always feel like, यार कब तक करूंगा मैं दूसरों के लिए? Until when will I keep doing this? कभी अपनी दुकान में खोलेंगे, मजा आएगा, अपने गुल्लक पे बैठ के थोड़े नोट गिनेंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा. And I remember very clearly, a friend of mine told me, आके तू कर सकता है तो क्यों नहीं करता ये? मतलब, why are you working for someone else when you can be your own boss? And in 2016 is when I heard this, and it really struck a chord. And 2018 is when I actually took that leap of faith to say, चलो शटर खोलते हैं, दुकान पे बोर्ड लगाते हैं, and that's how the whole journey began.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Devidya Mishra.
Hi.
Sir, I would like to know that any specific habits or routines that have contributed in your success, which you want to share with us. Because there are so many distractions, and how we become, we can just focus on one thing.
See, for me, one thing that has always worked is consistency. Over the last 15 years, one thing that I've continued to do is be consistent with what I do. It could be a bad piece of work, it could be a good piece of work, but the thing that continued was to keep doing things. Right? In order to keep moving forward, you have to keep walking, right? And that's one thing that I always believe in, is to keep doing things. चाहे बेकार हो, चाहे मतलब आज inspiration भी नहीं आ रही, आज मन भी नहीं कर रहा है, but करो. कुछ भी करो, लेकिन do something, it'll get you to somewhere. That's one thing that has always worked with me, and that's a habit that I'll probably take to my grave.
And once another question, how to become consistent? Because there are so many circumstances always come. So sometimes it's a good or sometimes it's a bad. So how just we can deal with it?
I feel like, to answer that question, firstly, find something that you love and let that one thing kill you. And I'm saying this only because, अगर आपको किसी चीज में मन नहीं लग रहा है करने का, then it's going to be very difficult for you only to find your own space or consistency. Then you're just like you're forcing yourself otherwise, right? And that's not ever going to be fun. And the fact that you find something that you love and continue doing it every day is never going to feel like आज आप काम करने जा रहे हो. Otherwise, it's always going to feel like today I'm going to go have fun. And that's the kind of feeling that I wake up with, and that's when I go to work is what I feel like. आज कुछ नया बनाएंगे, आज कुछ मजा करेंगे. And that's the feeling really that makes me feel, keep doing what I keep doing.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank
You're
you a lot.
welcome.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, sir. This is Shravani this side.
You'll have to stand up.
Yeah, sure. So, sir, my question is like it happens, it's rightly said that you cannot connect the dots actually looking forward, but you can connect it looking backward. So, as a person, when you started the journey, probably it have been very tough for you because in Indian mindset, हम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि बच्चा इंजीनियर बन जाए या डॉक्टर बन जाए या PhD कर ले, कुछ तो कर ले लाइफ में. So, So, but as an Indian parents, probably it's little difficult to go out of the way and take a decision ki nahi, chalo, आप designer ban jao, ya chalo. But now, since you're a successful one, you can actually connect the dots, the whole backward, right? So, what would be your advice to the people who actually want to go out of their way, do something different, and yet become successful at the end of the day?
That's a wonderful question.
Thank
Can
you.
everyone clap for that question? I'll be honest, मैंने ना अपने माँ बाप का बहुत खून सुखाया, right? And they gave up by the end of it. They're like, यार, this is a gone case. We can't really fight for it anymore. Let him do what he wants to. Maybe he will do something. Maybe he'll end up, working with his father. And that's essentially, I had a safety net, to be honest. Was to choose was to join my dad's business. And growing up, I'd always thought I'll probably be, someone who would be taking care of his business. But I think along the way is when I was figuring out my own self and figuring out what I do. I think that switch sort of turned on in my head to say, okay, this is way better than joining my dad's business. And, yes, I had to figure things out on my own because A, didn't go to a college, didn't know how to do things, didn't understand the ABC of design. Everything that I was doing was things that I was just doing on my own. What I liked is what I was doing. And, clearly, I mean, when I look back, it was a lot of struggle. Little did I know I'll be ending up here talking in front of this beautiful audience and, sharing gyan. And this really is just a testament to say, the world can keep pulling you down, but you have to really be doing what you want to keep doing. And the world has pulled me down in many ways, from neighbors to Sharmaji's kid to, XYZ. It's always happened, and people will always say, "मैंने तेरे को बताया था, this is not going to work this way." But I'm here to prove them wrong always. And it's not that proving wrong business has ended. ये अभी भी चलता रहता है और चलता रहेगा. I have to always prove myself also, in order to keep myself sane, in order to keep moving forward. And that one thing I feel like, again, is something that motivates me myself to keep doing better than what I did yesterday. And that's one thing that I feel like, this is for, in fact, everyone, including all the backbenchers. जो अभी भी बातें कर रहे हैं, करो बातें. लेकिन there'll be a day then where you can, in fact, go back to your all the old memories and just understand, that you can probably push yourself to do what you want to. There is a thing called destiny, and I really believe in that. The fact that one could, growing up, I'll just be very honest, I always wanted to become a cricketer. And this is very, very, yes, growing up, it was something that I always wanted to do. And I think when I picked up the guitar is when I thought maybe ये सब शायद मेरे लिए नहीं है. And I wanted to do arts more than cricket and sort of forgot cricket in that whole phase. But at the same time, now to be able to work with the Indian cricket team was obviously a dream come true, right? And again, that's a part of destiny, but it's also years of hard work that has sort of gotten me where I could really do something for the Indian cricket team in some form. So yes, it's one thing to say destiny is there, but it also has to be backed up with your hard work.
Right. Thank you. I believe you have answered, right? Yeah. Okay, so we now come to the Indian cricket team. Now,
Wow.
and one of the major achievements that you can actually count is the selection of the jersey in World Cup 23. Can you just tell us about the journey of that selection? How was the competition, and how did you feel when you actually were selected? Your jersey was selected.
So this process actually began in December 2020. Now I was in Goa working on a project. अब आप सब सोच रहे होंगे गोवा में कौन सा project है, किसको बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं, गोवा में कौन सा project करते हैं, दिसंबर में वो भी. But yes, we were working there. And I got a call from Adidas, and we worked with Adidas in the past on multiple different things. And they said, listen, दिल्ली आ जाओ बात करनी है. And तो अभी बता दो यार ऐसा क्या है कि आप फोन पे नहीं बता सकते. They're like, नहीं, मिल के बात करनी पड़ेगी. And that's when I was like, oh, something sounds very interesting. कुछ तो मजा आने वाला है, कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है. And ये होता है 10 दिन के बाद, and once I get back to Delhi is when I actually met them, and they were also asking कि, do you know what we're talking about? Do you know why we called you? And in my head, I was like, यार, I mean, क्या ही हो सकता है? This could be another opportunity for us to work with Rohit Sharma for another collection because we had worked with him in the past. And I said, maybe it could also be, where Adidas wants to launch a collection just with me, which Adidas globally does as well. But they obviously made us sign NDAs first. They're like, you know what, we have to sign this. एकदम note paper था 100 का note लगाया ऊपर, and that's when we had to sign. Everyone in the room had to sign, and that's how confidential it was back then. And obviously I was like, मेरे को नहीं पता, अब आप ही बताओ. And that's when they told us that Adidas is obviously pitching in for the Indian cricket team jersey as the kid sponsor. And in my head I was like, क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? Are you serious? This is this big of an opportunity. And they were obviously speaking to 2, 3 other designers as well, because as a compliance for a company, they have to reach out to multiple different designers. And this is all this while we were also working on another project in Bombay. One was not sleeping, but at the same time we had 5 days to come up with designs. And I think वो 5 दिन कोई नहीं सोया हमारे studio में, because all of us were so excited with this opportunity, because we are like, World Cup का year है 2023. It doesn't get any bigger than this, right? We were just imagining, the entire stadium filled with jerseys that we have designed. And this is just us manifesting it back then. तब बस हम सोच रहे थे. But I think 5 days later is when we sent the designs, we gave the presentation, and 3 weeks later is when we get a call to say, listen, आपका design final हो गया. And that's when I remember मैं घर जा रहा था in the car, और मैं शीशे से बाहर देखते देखते आंसू टपक रहे थे मेरे. Only purely because of how big this was, and how much of a national pride it was for us to actually be working on something as huge as this. Purely because I feel like in our country there is cricket that is huge, and the second thing that's huge is Bollywood. So you got to do that part. And I remember when India-Pakistan match was happening in Ahmedabad. I think 1.5 लाख लोग होते हैं वहाँ बैठते हैं. सारे 1.5 लाख लोगों ने हमारी jerseys पहनी. I mean, what was that feeling? I don't think I've ever felt any of that. I don't think I ever will. Probably will get many such more opportunities. But that first feeling of having so many people everywhere, चाहे उनमें से बहुत लोगों ने नकली जर्सी भी पहनी हो, good for you guys. But then again, it had our design on it. Again, a great feeling, right? I think that was something that was amazing as a process.
Memorable, right?
Very, very.
Right. So, you started your journey as a designer, and then you moved on to become an entrepreneur, and now Forbes 30 under 30 Asia, right? So, what were the tweaks in your skills that you actually made to actually complete this journey up till now?
Tweaks, well, I think tweaks only come in once you fail. And the fact that you are failing is the fact that you are trying. So that's one thing I keep saying to everyone. Keep doing things. The fact that I said you have to be consistent, the fact that you have to keep doing things, चाहे मन नहीं कर रहा है, which would end up you failing some way or the other. And failing is a very good thing. I feel like आप fail नहीं होगे तो उसका मतलब है कि आप try नहीं कर रहे हो, right? और अगर आप try नहीं कर रहे हो तो आप वहीं के वहीं बैठे रहोगे. Is what I really truly believe in. And I feel like मैं फिर से fail हो जाऊंगा कल परसों किसी एक project में. अच्छी बात है, at least I tried something new. And that's again a testament to say you're doing something, right? And the fact that you're doing something is going to get you somewhere from point A to point B. Even if point B doesn't mean that it's right on top of the world, but for me, I feel like that is still a step forward in the world of entrepreneurship. And I didn't know I was going to become an entrepreneur, to be honest. मेरे लिए तो बस ये था कि I want to have my own studio, I want to have fun. But little did I know that I'll have a team of my own. I'll have someone like an Andrita here who would probably be there as the backbone of the studios running things. Whereas I'm just the one who wears fancy clothes, just flips the hair, and there's the team.
I believe this dress again is designed by yourself, right?
This is actually by a friend of mine,
okay.
And the brand is called Jodi Life, by the way, if anyone wants. So yeah, they do amazing crafty work. This is again handmade in Jaipur itself.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay. When your introduction was going on, there were so many brands that actually I couldn't count them. And when you're working for so many brands at a given time, it is sure going to be very hectic, right? So how do you manage the workload? I've seen you yesterday managing such a workload and meeting us for 10 minutes. And I just wanted to ask you, how do you manage your time? How do you manage your day?
To be honest, managing the day is not something I see it as work. When I say do something that you love and let that kill you is what I'm really into. मैं काम कर तो नहीं रहा हूँ. I'm doing things that I love. And it may all sound very poetic. It may all sound like, अरे यार चुप कर यार क्या सब बोलता रहता है. But to me, I'm really having fun. And while we are working, I'm literally glued to my phone. Right before the introduction also, I was just responding to my team, was sitting back in Delhi. We're all working on things. And I think work never ends. While I feel like it's a bad habit where, you can't be working all the time. You should also be giving your own self some rest, your mind some rest. But I am also a kind of guy who gets restless if I'm not doing anything. For me, I want to keep doing things. Or us wajah se I keep myself busy and automatically work happens at the same time, some way or the other.
Uh, so we'll move to the questions, please.
Anyone from the backbenchers? Backbenchers, hello?
So currently I have a question.
No one? Arey yaar.
Yeah, please. So Ivy has a question.
Okay, yes. Hi.
Hi, my name is Anna Singh. I am also a musician. I've been into the music industry since 2014, I guess. I play drums, and this is a very personal question I want to ask you because you have been into creative, still are in the creative industry, and still you have managed to be successful in it. How important is it to have a safety net of a conventional degree or a conventional job in comparison to just going all in with the creative industry and stuff? Because if something doesn't, if a miracle doesn't happen, you will face a day where you have the guitar, or in my case my drumsticks, and nowhere to go, because we both, I think we know that the band scene, the metal scene is not that much prominent in India and in Jaipur especially. So what is your advice regarding that safety net, and what is the ratio you will suggest the contribution of ourselves, our hard work should be towards the safety net and towards the creativity?
Again, a great question, clapping, guys. Now, coming to the point of safety net, having a degree and not having a degree. Now, I was someone who didn't have a degree. And for me, it was a do or die situation, to be honest. And my only safety net was to join my dad's business. And that was something जिसमें मेरा कोई interest नहीं था, right? And again, I had to figure out my own self to say, कुछ करेंगे, कुछ ना कुछ तो कर ही लेंगे, figure out. Even if it means I'm going to join a job where all I have to do is manjo bartan all day long, I will do it. But I was not afraid to do things where I was like, यार ये मेरा, I don't think ये मेरा काम है. Even if it means, even in today's world, when I'm just doing events, अगर मेरे को झाड़ू लगाना है अपने event पे, मैं लगाऊंगा. Now, I'm only saying this because any work is good work. Any kind of work, you shouldn't feel ashamed to do that work. And that's where I've done things where, I felt like, okay, I need money to survive. And as a designer, I was making menus, I was making napkin designs, I was doing things that I would probably never think of now doing, because I feel like, I don't have to go to that route anymore. But I have done things where I was just pushing myself to keep myself afloat throughout those first 6-7 years of my career, only because I knew, yeah, it's ye nahi karunga to, one way or the other, I'm probably gonna have to join my dad's business, which I didn't want. Not that I hated it or anything, but I just felt like that would not be something that I would be true to. And the fact that you're true to your own art, the fact that you're very genuine to what you love, results are gonna come in. It may not happen now, it may not happen tomorrow, but it will happen someday or the other. And this is something I said yesterday also to Daneshwar sir. Building एक रात में खड़ी नहीं होती, ना ही कोई पेड़ जब उगता है, ये पेड़ उगाया हमने आज, इससे फल कल नहीं आएंगे. Just give it some time. We all have to be patient, and we all have to give it some time to say things will flow. And while you say अब degree नहीं है, उसका क्या करें? I was in a position where I couldn't study. And that's not something I'm telling everyone here to say, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई छोड़ो, अपना काम उठाओ और करो. That's wrong. I struggled with it, doesn't mean that I'll go around and telling everyone also कि यार आपको भी पढ़ाई नहीं करनी चाहिए. Now that'll be wrong on my part, and I know for a fact, I know so many of my friends who are so talented also because that they went to such a great college. And that's also a part where I curse myself. काश यार मैं भी college गया होता, maybe my life would have been 10x better. And that's something I always think of. But whatever was there in my fate, whatever was there in my destiny, I'm doing that. But I'll always be an advocate to say, padhai kariye. It'll always be great to have a safety net while you can do things on the side. We have employees in our studio who want to do things on the side. And I'll always encourage them to say, yeah, do your own thing. You never know where this is going to land you up. And the reason why I say that is having a degree is always going to give you something. It's going to put food on your plate, and for your family as well. But while you're doing that, you can also try and do other things that you want to. Like, for example, if you're a musician, you can keep doing music on the side. And as it went, once you see that there is scope, there is success happening there, you can always take a back seat in your day job and to say, now I really want to push myself into this line. And that way you can really be smart about your choices. That way you can also be someone who has calculated risks, and that's how you can really go on. I know for a fact music in this country, unless you're not playing Bollywood, you're not really making as much money, right? And I was playing in a metal band, to be honest. Metal band, as is globally, is such a niche world. And then in India, then that's another, set of bodies, right? So yeah, that should be able to answer my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Can we have more questions, please? Shubhangi.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
I'm Shubhangi Dubey. Sir, I'm basically a graphic designer too. So I wanted to ask that according to the market trend, we have a certain situation where we get out of ideas. So what motivates you to create new ideas and be in trend? I really wanted to ask this question. What motivates you actually?
There are these dead ends that I call are your creative blocks. Everyone goes through them. यार आज idea नहीं आ रहा, क्या करें? And I said this earlier also. आप करते रहो कुछ ना कुछ, गलत भी होगा भेजो करो, लेकिन at least don't stop. Now at the same time, there is one thing that all of us as humans do is procrastinate. आज मन नहीं कर रहा, कल करेंगे. कल भी मन नहीं कर रहा, फिर परसों करेंगे. Next thing you know, the client has left you and he's found another designer. Don't be in that situation. You can save yourself from being in that situation as well. Even if it's a personal project, you don't want to be in a situation where 3 महीने बाद आपको यार मैंने यार एक idea सोचा था, I wanted to do something, but in that moment I wasn't feeling it. But 3 months later, you're not proud of yourself for being in that situation where you didn't end up doing it. Which is why I always say, be consistent in that sense. जब आप करते रहोगे ना, आपको एक natural habit बन जाएगी एक काम करने की, and automatically the ideas will come in as if it's like a daily chore that you're doing, which is waking up, taking a bath, having your breakfast, having your lunch. It becomes a part of that daily routine. Now, when people ask me what is the most easiest thing and the most difficult thing when it comes to being an entrepreneur, I say the easiest thing that I have to do is designing. So I don't face any of that anymore because I feel like being a designer now, having done this for 15 years, designing is very easy. What's the most difficult thing is being an entrepreneur. Running a team, understanding taxes, 18% GST क्यों ले रहा है सरकार मुझसे? All these questions, there are always these things that keep challenging me every now and then. I feel like those are much bigger challenges than, having a creative block. But we still have creative blocks. It's not that इतने साल हो गए तो अब तो आदत हो गई होगी तो you know answers to everything. There are days when I get stuck as well. What do? I do things that I find peace in. Things that sort of, in a way is meditating for my own self, which is cleaning. I clean my surroundings. If you ask my studio team, they'll all be like, my room will always be clean. My house will be always clean. These are things that I just do out of when I'm not being able to think. So I keep myself busy again so that my mind is occupied to do things. And maybe somewhere or the other, you have an idea to do things. There are days when I've got an idea at 2 a.m. in the night or 7 a.m. when I'm in the washroom. So you never know when inspiration would stuck in that way. So yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Shubhangi.
Yes, Siddharth.
We have no questions from backbenchers or what? Backbenchers? आवाज आ रही है? Backbenchers, hello? Okay, yes. Okay, the mic is on.
I am Ajay Yadav from Varanasi.
Hello, sir.
एक मैं क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगा. आप तो ऑलरेडी एक फेमस सेलिब्रिटीज हैं. एक आम आदमी, नॉर्मल आदमी जिसकी कोई समाज में पहचान नहीं, वो बहुत हार्ड वर्क करता है अपनी पहचान बनाने के लिए, फिर भी वो पहचान नहीं बना पाता, उसको क्या कर, आप क्या एडवाइस देंगे?
I don't know, अगर पहचान बनानी ही सबको एक एक एंड गोल होना चाहिए. मैंने काम शुरू इसलिए नहीं किया था कि मेरे को एक पहचान बनानी है अपने लिए. मैं काम कर रहा था क्योंकि मुझे मजा आ रहा था. अब पहचान बन गई इसमें, आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट फॉर दैट, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. बट इफ यू आर गोइंग आउट देयर, आप जा रहे हो सोच के कि मेरे को अपना नाम बनाना है, फेमस होना है, आई फील लाइक दैट्स अ रॉन्ग अप्रोच. You all one thing that one has to be really focusing on is how do I make my work better from rest of the world? How do I stand out from what I'm doing? And trust me, if your focus is on the right things, पहचान अपने आप बन जाएगी. You know, if that is where your mindset changes to say, yeah, let me focus on my work, let me focus on becoming the best that I'm doing, and I'm sure results will follow. The fact that Hope 30 under 30 happened, I'll be very honest, मुझे नहीं लगता था being a 11th fail who failed in 11th twice, being a college dropout, I always thought ये 430 under 30 वाले सारे IIM अहमदाबाद, लखनऊ, ये IIT सारे बच्चे पढ़े वाले बच्चे थे. Like, and obviously I felt like I am a misfit, मेरे तो बस की नहीं. But still I was like, you know what, मैंने कुछ कुछ चीजें करी है. Maybe I ended up enrolling that form up, and 3 महीने बाद कॉल आता है कि you made it to the list. And that really changed my life, and I felt like, for years of that hard work is when I just put it out there in the world, is when everyone was like, yes, you probably deserve it.
time foundation नहीं इसकी.
Nothing at all. I think a lot of, success stories also start after 30. It's not always before, who's been doing things at the age of 15. कुछ लोग 30, 35, 40 साल की उम्र के बाद business शुरू करते हैं. That's when they start, gaining that success as well. So I feel like everyone has their own time. You all have to just be passionate about what you do and be true to your art, like I said earlier as well. And things will follow, results will follow. But trust the process.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Patience, I think.
Patience is always a virtue.
Siddharth.
Hello, sir. I am Siddharth Singh.
Hello,
So,
Siddharth Singh.
Let's imagine a scenario कि आपने आपकी लाइफ में कभी गिटार पकड़ा नहीं होता, आप इतने सक्सेसफुल डिजाइनर बनते या नहीं बनते?
Well, guitar नहीं होता, possibly क्या होता? Even I wouldn't have.
Moreover, I want to ask कि ये मूवीज देखने से, गेम्स खेलने से, गिटार वगैरह बजाने से क्रिएटिविटी सच में इंक्रीज होती है या फिर ये एक मिथ है?
To be honest, I don't watch movies enough. I don't read books. To me, I don't do these things. But what I do is do create things. And ये गिटार वगैरह ये सब इसलिए आया क्योंकि मुझे कुछ करना था. I just wanted to keep myself busy. नहीं होता मैं कुछ और कर रहा होता. That's one thing for sure. मैं कुछ ना कुछ कर ही रहा होता. पता नहीं शायद कपड़े बना रहा होता, वो भी कर रहा हूँ. क्या पता मैं बाल बना रहा होता, वो भी कर रहा हूँ. Like as a studio, we are pretty much doing everything. We are not just a graphic design studio. हम शादियां भी डिजाइन करते हैं, हम इंटीरियर डिजाइन भी करते हैं, हम दुकानें भी बनाते हैं, हम अब जर्सीज बनाते हैं. आप जो बोलो डिजाइन की फील्ड में हम वो कर रहे हैं. Why? Because I feel like it should not end at one thing. I also, as a creative guy, I get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. I feel like जब तक challenges ही नहीं आएंगे मुझे तो मेरे को क्या मजा आएगा?
You need to experience.
Exactly. नहीं तो every day becomes monotonous, every day becomes boring. Else it just becomes a desk job, which I don't want. I think फिर दिमाग को जंग लग जाएगा और फिर क्या फायदा? If you're not trying new things, if you're not challenging yourself, then every day becomes templatized. And I am someone who would probably run away from that. So to answer to your question, I feel like if not guitar or anything, कुछ ना कुछ कर ही रहा होता जिसमें मेरे को कुछ मजा आ रहा होता. And that would have also probably landed me up here.
Thank you, Siddharth. Questions? Yes.
एक
Ma'am is there.
Okay.
Please.
Hello.
Hello, hi.
Hi. My name is Moshni,
Hi,
and
Moshni.
I have a very different questions from what you have been answering.
Yes.
I would like to know, how do you manage your hair? What do you use?
I was waiting for this. Wait, I'll have to do a hair flip.
Oh.
Well, for this answer, I think I'll just have to thank my genes, to be very honest, because there's no such. Today, I just use my hotel shampoo. It could be a sabun, it could be just washing it with hair, it'll just still end up looking like this. To be very frank, no hidden secrets here, no dadi maa ke nuske here, nothing really. Is just God's gift, to be very honest, and it is just, I mean, plus the only thing that I do is wash it every day, which I'm sure all of you guys will be like, kya? बाल झड़ जाएंगे. But to me that works. I think that probably could be the secret.
more thing. I'm really proud to be sitting with a person who has achieved so much at this tender age, and that you shouldn't say you're a failure. In fact, you are someone whom all the youth should be looking at. You're so proud of the fact that you did make something out of your life, which is very important for the youngsters to know. And I'm missing my son here because he needed to listen to you.
Thank you, Moshmi ma'am. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, Arnab,
Hi, sir.
How?
Either.
अरे hello.
Yes, sir. My name is Bhanu Sharma. I'm from Parishtar College. तो सर मेरा एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है, आपने अपनी जर्नी स्टार्ट की होगी सर, है ना? तो दिक्कत तो बहुत आती है, कहीं से भी स्टार्ट करो, तो उस टाइम आपने क्या किया, तो हमें भी बताओ सर कि उस दिक्कत को कैसे फेस किया।
दिक्कत तो देखो रोज की थी. So very pressure like I began my whole talk only because yes, शर्मा जी का लड़का इतना बढ़िया कर रहा है और हम है कि मतलब ना समझ आ रही है आगे क्या करना है. गिटार पकड़े हुए हैं, लोगों को लगता है हम शादी में बजाते हैं, लोगों को लगता है क्या पेंटिंग दीवारों में पेंटिंग कर रहे हो. तो फॉर द वर्ल्ड ऑब्वियसली इट वाज जस्ट लाइक जो तुम कर रहे हो ना वक्त बर्बाद कर रहे हो. सीधा सीधा go to college like everyone else does and finish your college, get a job and do things like a normal person would. बट मेरे से नहीं हो रहा था यार. And I'm being genuinely honest about this. मेरे से नहीं होता था वो. Like I would struggle in school. I would cry coming back from school to say, yaar, I can't study, yaar. I'm hating this. It would be very emotional between me and my parents. But then again, I could understand my parents' plight as well to say, you have to finish this. You have to get there. Also, कोई लड़की नहीं देगा अपनी जब तुम्हें शादी करनी होगी, तो you need that. And I was like, यार ठीक है यार, तुम्हारा मर जाऊंगा, but I want to do things at least तो जहाँ मेरे को खुद को शांति मिलती है, जिसमें मेरे को खुशी मिलती है. Now this is a thing across the world. We end up doing things for our parents, and it's not wrong. It's great that obviously our parents put in so much of their time, efforts, money, everything for us to do best. But if you're not being able to channel it in the right way, then you're not being true to yourself or to your parents either. And that's a thing where I realized, I will do something that I will make my parents proud. That's one thing that I was with, and that I still with, in fact, that, kuch bhi karo, अच्छे से करो, make your parents proud. At least they shouldn't feel like, itna, obviously from them to leave Kashmir, leave their hometown, come to Delhi, start a new life, and then have kids who don't study, and उनकी वजह से उनको अपने रिश्तेदारों की वजह से उनको अपने भाई बहनों की तरफ से भी सुनने को मिलता था कि क्या कर रहे हो, इससे अच्छा यहीं पढ़ा लेते, साथ में कुछ ना कुछ कर ही लेते. But then again, for us, that thing would always be there for me कि यार, I know what my parents have really gone through. I really need to give back something to them. So I think that pressure itself sort of turned into me trying to give out results. So it's like कोयले को घिसते घिसते जब हीरा बन ही जाता है, तो it's that the same story.
I believe there has to be one thing. You have to be crystal clear about your talent, your skills. You have to assess yourself honestly. That is one very important thing. From the start, you have been talking about मुझे school नहीं करना.
Yeah, I couldn't. I'm very honest about it. मेरे से नहीं होता है.
Exactly.
I struggled with it. And yesterday while coming here, I met my Sanskrit teacher at the airport, and both of us, remembered each other. And she remembered the part where I never, could get good results in the class. But yesterday, when I told her what all I'm doing, I showed her some stuff. I was showing her all the things that I did. She was so happy that, she was like, I'm glad you did what you wanted to do. And at the same time, one thing that I really wanted to share this with you guys was the same school where I failed twice. Last year, they invited me as a chief of guest. I mean, think of this. जिस स्कूल ने मुझे निकाला, वापस आ जाओ, हमारे जरा स्टेज पे चार चांद लगा. I was like, कोई बात नहीं यार, हम आएंगे. And I spoke about the same thing. It doesn't matter that this is the same place where I got kicked out of, where I couldn't really study because I just couldn't. I mean, it's not like I hold anything against them, but at the same time, I really want to tell everyone that it's not the end. Nothing is ever the end.
Exactly. So we'll take the last question and then we'll move on with the question. Yes, Asa. Okay, we'll have two questions.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Good morning. My name is Astha and आपकी स्टोरी सुनने के बाद मुझे लगा काफी कुछ मैं अपनी स्टोरी से रिलेट कर पा रही थी. So मेरे को बचपन से आर्ट करना बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है. And every kind of art, school से ही competitions and every kind of event in Jaipur, I'm participating in that and winning prizes. But 11th में जाके जब ऐसे हुआ कि मेरे को आगे आर्ट परस्यू करना है, so everyone was against it. आपकी और मेरी स्टोरी में बस इतना सा फर्क है कि I was interested in studies also. That is where I felt कि वहाँ पे गलत हो गया थोड़ा सा. तो बट ऐसा हुआ कि पेरेंट्स वर लाइक कि इसमें करियर नहीं है, सोसाइटी रिलेटिव्स वर लाइक, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हमारी फैमिली में कभी कोई किसी ने आगे कुछ करा नहीं इस फील्ड में. तो मतलब होता है मेरे को करना था आगे जाके बहुत कुछ. मेरे को आर्ट में जाना था, मेरे को एनआईडी के लिए फाइट करना था. आई प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर इट आल्सो ऑन माय ओन. नो वन नोज इन माय फैमिली अबाउट इट. सो आई डिड दैट, बट उसके लिए मैं आगे नहीं कर पाई एंड एवरीवन वाज लाइक करियर बनाना है तो आप बनाओ, बिजनेस फील्ड में बनाओ. स्टार्टिंग में था कि साइंस क्यों नहीं ली, साइंस में इंटरेस्ट नहीं था, बट एवरीवन वाज लाइक ऐसे तो करियर बनेगा ही नहीं, लाइफ में कुछ होगा ही नहीं, लड़की हो आगे जाके कुछ कर ही नहीं पाओगी. बट धीरे धीरे मैंने, अभी भी मैं कंटिन्यू कर रही हूँ. आई डू फ्रीलांसिंग आर्ट वर्क, आई टीच स्टूडेंट्स, सो आई एम डूइंग माई शेयर ऑफ इट. बट स्टिल ऐसा लगता है कि अब क्या करूँ आगे, अब उस चीज को आगे कैसे लेके जाऊं, हाउ शुड आई मूव फॉरवर्ड विद दैट.
See, I'll be honest, I have so many friends who studied engineering, were doing a job, gave up on their job, and now are designers and artists. The fact that this happened was only because they could see me doing what I was doing, and they were like, "Yeah, Rakib, I'm going to follow your path." I'm not saying you have to also, you can also choose to what you're doing and maybe think about it. Now, reason why I'm saying this is because, see, at the end of the day, there is going to be a day job that you're probably not going to be happy about. ये नहीं करना है यार, क्या है ये? I have to report to my manager, report to my boss, this, that. Whereas the one thing that you love doing is making art. And this is what I told my musician friend also earlier, have that safety net, have that backing of having a job at the side while you get to some level to say, now I don't want this job. I can do this on my own. I can sustain a living out of this new profession that you truly love. And trust me, if you go through that, every day is going to be a new adventure in your life. Every day is going to be a lot more fun. And that's what I am doing right now. Yes, we have our challenges. Yes, I also sort of get scared at times as to, wow, this is a big project. Maybe I can't do it. But then at the same time, we manage, we pull through, and we are all happy with the kind of results we all come to at the end of the day. But to answer your question, I feel like the fact that you want to do that, do it. There's nothing that should stop you. It's your life. घर वाले तो बोलते रहेंगे, दुनिया भी बोलती रहेगी, लाइफ आपकी है, जिंदगी एक है, राइट? Do it. Take your time, yes, but do what you have to. Trust me, I'm sure you will be the happiest person in the world. You can't be the happiest person by pleasing everyone else. You can't, right? It's your own life. Make the most of it, and it's only one life. And yes, take calculated risks, is what I said earlier as well. Don't be stupid about it. Don't be जज्बाती. अरे छोड़ो यार, मेरे को अपना आर्ट करना है, उठाओ पेंट ब्रश. बैंक अकाउंट में कितने पैसे हैं? ज्यादा नहीं. घर वाले क्या बोलेंगे? हमने तुम्हें बोला था ये मत करो. So you don't want to be in that situation where you're getting backfired at the same time and not being able to produce results. Be smart about it. Is all that I'll say. I think that's one thing I sort of did very well, was to be sure of what I was doing. Yes, एक चीज नहीं काम कर रही, दूसरी है, दूसरी नहीं है, तीसरी है, चीजें कर रहा हूँ. Even when I had 2 jobs, which is that having that music magazine, even the second design job, I was also doing freelance work as a designer only. Now you must be thinking, अरे क्या जरूरत है इतना काम करने की? I was only doing that because day job also gets monotonous at the end of the day. I'm not learning more after a point, but I wanted to do more, so I was doing things. Now it's called moonlighting. कि आप रात को जाके घर पे अपना और काम करते हो. For me, I used to enjoy that. मैं नहीं सो रहा था. I could only enjoy it. I was finding enjoyment in doing all of that as well. But little did I know that I would end up building my own clientele, my own portfolio that I was building. Having your own portfolio is always better than having to, put a portfolio of someone else. So I suggest that you can do that as well. So there are 100 ways to do it. but be smart about it. Don't be that जिस बात ही बोलना है छोड़ यार अब करते हैं झंडे गाड़ लेंगे but backing में कुछ नहीं है. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Okay, the last question. Bhavani.
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir. I am
Hello,
Shivangi. It's a pleasure having you here. Yesterday, I was reading one of your interviews in which you have mentioned that while designing jersey of the Indian cricket team, your thought was less is more. It's working?
Yes.
So your thought was less is more. So will you please put a light from your end that what was the idea behind that thought that less is more?
See, when we are given a task to design something, लोगों को लगता है अरे design should be so loud that everyone talks about it. But to us, the designing of the jersey was really designing the fit of the jersey. Players को पहनना है, fashion लोग नहीं है वो, उनको खेलना है उधर. They need to be comfortable wearing what they're doing on field. To us, functionality of the jersey was more important than what one was putting. Obviously, when it came to the print of it, we came to that. But initially, our whole idea was to say, I need to be comfortable wearing that for 9 hours on ground. Garmi hogi, dhoop hoga, pasina, all of that. We have to ensure while I'm running, while I'm throwing a ball, I want to be able to throw the ball without my hand getting stuck in my sleeve or any of that sort. So obviously, first things first, we figured that out. पहले वो समझा कैसे होगा. Obviously, we had the amazing team from Adidas to help us out with those things as well. Once that was covered, next thing we went on to say, what is the story that we want to put on the jersey as well? Now, again, we could be like, let's throw in the most loudest of the colors, loudest of the design, motifs, patterns, things. But then again, that's when we were like, it doesn't have to. We can put a very minimal design on it, and that's something we did. And the story that we all saw on that jersey was to say, we want to talk about the crafts of India. And crafts of India is really a treasure. I feel like that one should really be celebrating because I don't think any country in the world has a vast range of crafts that our country has to offer. So we looked at textiles, we looked at ikat as a textile, and that's something we used as a technique to put that graphic out. And then we also looked at what is our national animal. We looked at tiger, and we sort of took the tiger print along with ikat textiles and sort of created a pattern out of it. So that's what the story was behind what we saw on the World Cup jerseys. And that's how the whole thing came about. It was a very minimal print. Sometimes people would ask me, आपने किया क्या jersey पे? मैंने कहा आपको नहीं दिख रहा है वही अच्छी बात है. And that's where when I say less is more, that नहीं दिखे, that's enough. And when I talk about design, everyday things you have design involved in everything. From holding a cup, it's got the handle, from having a push door that won't have a handle because you have to push. From a pull door, you will have a handle because these are things that you would probably not know because in the subconscious mind, you know how these things work. But at the end of the day, it is design. Everything has design to it. And that's how design functions without it screaming. Right? It doesn't have to scream all the time. Design can always work at the back of it. And that's really the best form of design.
Thank you, Akib. And we'll move to the rapid fire round that we've been talking about.
Okay,
So,
मैं पहले पानी पीऊंगा.
yeah, sure. So I'll be giving you two options and you'll have to select one of them, right?
Okay, let's begin. What? Is there going to be a coffee hamper?
Do we have a hamper? Yes, we do have.
अरे वाह, चलो ठीक है.
Okay, so the first one, beaches or mountains?
Sorry, say that again.
Beaches or mountains?
अरे यार, I like both, but I think I've been to a lot of beaches of lately, so more mountains for now.
Okay, you have already answered the second one, but again, I'll ask books or movies?
Movies, yes, for me. Someone who's got ADHD, I think books, it's very difficult for me to really read through a line and then not being able to focus. So yes, movies easy.
Right. Iron Man or Spider-Man?
Iron Man for sure.
Okay, text or call?
Voice note.
Right. Cars and bikes?
Cycle क्यों नहीं यार?
Okay, cycle goes. Cricket or the football?
Cricket for sure यार. Easy यार, come on.
Okay, biryani or butter chicken?
बिरयानी for life. मैं हफ्ते में 6 दिन बिरयानी खाता हूँ.
Okay, yoga, meditation?
I think walking. तुम आंसर कर लो ना, इनको बुला लो यार.
Okay, the next one, Kohli or Rohit Sharma?
अरे बाप रे.
It's a rapid fire.
Kohli? Kohli it is there, even though I love Rohit.
And the typical one, Delhi or Jaipur.
Jaipur, yaar, why don't you believe?
Okay, right, last one. So, Forbes 30 under 30 Asia.
Yeah.
Entrepreneur, designer, you have designed the jersey of World Cup 23. Now what?
Now what? I don't know. It could be anything. See, I never have, let's say, a goal to say, yaar, ye wala kaam zarur karna hai. Everything that we've done is things that come on its own and we end up doing. And we also get surprised for our own things that we end up doing. When I started my studio, the very first client that I got to work with were the Ambanis, right? I didn't know that I would get to work with the Ambanis on their kids' weddings. And then that was obviously a big break for me as a designer. And, to be able to design an event there at the wedding was obviously a huge deal. Again, कभी सोचा नहीं था ऐसा करने को मिलेगा. अपने आप चीजें आती हैं. But if you ask me one thing, I think I would love to design the Argentinian or Brazil football jersey as well one day. Who knows? Maybe one day.
Wish you all the best for the future. And I believe I will hope a jersey designed from you on Man U Club. I'm a huge fan, and I believe
Yes, even menu for that fact.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Akib, for being a part of
Thank
this.
you, Jaipuria,
And
Jaipur.
friends and the leaders here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. अब थोड़ा जोर से ताली बजा सकते हो उसकी बातें बड़ी हैं. Even backbenchers, come on, hello friends. ऐसे मेरी एक तमन्ना थी एक backbencher से एक सवाल आया but आया नहीं. कोई बात नहीं, याद रखें. Thank you so much, guys. for having me.
Thank you so much for an insightful and knowledgeable session. We got some key takeaways from the session that consistency is the key to success. Follow your passion and don't give up on what you want to do in life, which I believe as a mantra of life will lead us to nowhere but success. Now, I would request our Dean Student Affairs along with the session anchor to present Mr. Akib Bani with a memento. I would request Dr. Prabhat sir, along with the conference team and Mosmi ma'am, with Andrita ma'am as well, to be on the stage for a group photograph.
Please. Can everyone say please? Please.
You all see a fancy hair? Fancier than mine, right?
So before we do this photograph, ladies and gentlemen, can you join your hands and hear loudly for Akib? Fantastic. दो लाइन आकिब के लिए, दो लाइन आकिब के लिए. दिन की रोशनी में जुगनुओं को परखने की जिद करे. दिन की रोशनी में जुगनुओं को परखने की जिद करे. गजब कर रहे हैं बच्चे हमारे जमाने के. और दो लाइन आपके लिए भी. कि परों को खोल जमाना उड़ान देखता है. परों को खोल जमाना उड़ान देखता है. जमीन पर बैठकर क्या आसमान देखता है.
I have to also.
बाद में अभी पहले ये अरे
Okay, 3, 2, 1, we'll scream.
स्क्रीन बंद है दाव भैया
Three, two, one. Yeah. मैं अकेला ही था। Of course, नहीं।
Thank you everyone for joining us. High tea is there for the students in front of the mess and for the guests in academic block. Post high tea, I would request everyone to reassemble in 30 minutes for the inaugural session at 1 p.m. Settle down. We will be starting with the inaugural ceremony. I request everyone to please settle down. खोल दे पंख मेरी कहता है परिंदा अभी और उड़ान बाकी है जमीन नहीं है मंजिल मेरी अभी पूरा आसमान बाकी है I welcome you all to the 11th International Youth Conference India Rising. I request to ignite the ceremonial lamp and Saraswati Vanna. International Youth Conference India Rising. I request to ignite the ceremonial lamp and It is my distinct honor to introduce the chief guest for the inaugural ceremony, Shri Bal Mukund Acharya ji. He is a member of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Government of Rajasthan. To welcome him, I invite our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, to present him with a green certificate. As per Jaipuria's tradition, we welcome our guests with green welcome. Sir, a tree has been planted in your name at Nainital, Uttarakhand. We also like to unveil our publication for this year, India Ascending, The Rise of a Global Player by Bloomsbury. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome our chief guest for today's event. And now I would also like to invite our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, to welcome the conference.
Our chief guest is hard pressed today, and we are really privileged that he has spared at least some time for us. And we are grateful to our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together for Sri Balmukul ji? Acharya ji, I do not know whether someone has mentioned this to you or not, but when I met you and saw you for the first time, I thought you had a glimpse and glow of Swami Vivekananda. When you mentioned, and I quote, mantras and chantings have science behind them. It reminded me of Sri Aurobindo and simultaneously those Harvard and MIT professors who are on the spree of producing research after research to prove that meditation, yoga, and affirmation have healing properties. This shows that Indian wisdom and Indian knowledge stood far beyond the science of today's world. I must say that it is our honor that you are here today to address this august gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you again to join your hands together to welcome Acharya. And because he has very less time, so I will leave the podium, and maybe if time permits, I'll come back again to talk about the theme, my views on the theme. Thank you, sir.
It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome our esteemed chief guest for today's event, Shri Bal Mukund Acharya ji. महामंडलेश्वर श्री श्री 1000 श्री बाल मुकुंद आचार्य जी महाराज वर्तमान में राजस्थान सरकार में हवा महल विधानसभा क्षेत्र से विधायक है। महाराज को एक कार सेवक के रूप में जाना जाता है, जिन्होंने राम मंदिर निर्माण में भूमिका निभाई थी। वे राष्ट्रीय संत समाज के राजस्थान के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष एवं राजस्थान के पुजारी समाज संघ के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भी है। महाराज श्री के द्वारा एक गौशाला का संचालन भी किया जाता है। महाराज श्री को यजुर्वेद संहिता का भी विद्वान कहा जाता है। आइए हम सब मिलकर हमारे मुख्य अतिथि श्री बाल मुकुंद आचार्य जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करें और महाराज से अनुरोध करें कि आप अपने ज्ञान को सुनने वालों के साथ साझा करें।
ओम मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्षाय मंगलास्त्र सर्व मंगल मांगल्ये शिवे स्वार्थ साधिके त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। आपदाम हतारम दातारम सरसंपदाम लोकाभिरामं श्री रामं श्री राम रामाय रामभद्राय रामचंद्राय वेत्से रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पते नमः। नीलांबु श्यामल कोमलांगम सीता संहारोत्तमां भागम प्राणो महासाय चारु चापम नमामि रामं रघुवंशनाथम। मनोजवम मारुतुल्य वेगम जितेन्द्रिय बुद्धिमतां वरिष्ठम वातात्मजं मानरमुख्यम श्री रामदूतम शरणं प्रपद्ये। बोले राजा रामचंद्र भगवान की, अयोध्यापति श्री राम जी लला की, श्री हनुमान जी महाराज की, सरस्वती माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत सुंदर। आज जयपुरिया इंस्टीट्यूट के इस यूथ फेस्टिवल के समागम में सर्वप्रथम मां शारदा को प्रणाम करता हूं और यहाँ पर मां शारदा की सेवा में, मां शारदा की आराधना में, मां शारदा के ज्ञान के द्वारा विद्यार्थियों को अध्ययन कराने में कार्यरत यहाँ के सभी गुरुजनों का अभिनंदन करता हूँ। अपने गुरुजनों के लिए ताली बजा दो जोर। सर्वप्रथम मंच पर विराजमान प्रभात जी सर, निदेशक महोदय, डीन साहब दानेश्वर जी, और आज हमारे समागम में यूथ फेस्टिवल में पधारे हुए सभी अतिथिगण, आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन कि मुझे भी आप सबके बीच आने का और आपके बीच बोलने का मुझे अवसर दिया। क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं मैं सर्वप्रथम कि मुझे पूर्व में आना था, लेकिन कुछ अन्य व्यस्तताएं होने के कारण थोड़ा विलंब हो गया और अन्य कुछ कार्यक्रम होने की वजह से मुझे बीच से जाना भी पड़ेगा, इसलिए मुख्यतः जो बिंदु है, जो बात है, उसी पर हम चर्चा करते हैं। एक बार मैं कोई ऐसे आयोजन में, समागम में था, तो मंच के माध्यम से एक गुरुजन कह रहे थे कि काम की बात 3 मिनट, बाकी बात सब फालतू। तो मैं सूक्ष्म में अपन चर्चा कर लें। पूरा राष्ट्र और आप सबके, मेरे जितने भी परिवारजन, वो सब आपकी ओर देख रहे हैं, आप यूथ की ओर देख रहे हैं। तो मैं आप लोगों का अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि आप लोग अपने अध्ययन के माध्यम से इंस्टीट्यूट का ही नहीं, अपने परिवार, अपने समाज, अपने शहर का, इन गुरुजनों का, इस प्रदेश का और राष्ट्र का आप लोग उज्जवल भविष्य हैं। इस भारत का आप गौरव हैं। और आप सबके कार्य से और आपके प्रयास से और आपके यहाँ के मैनेजमेंट के अध्ययन के बाद आप देश विदेश बहुत सारी संस्थाओं में, सरकारी गैर सरकारी अनेकों संस्थाओं में आप लोग अपनी सेवा देंगे और राष्ट्र को समर्पित रूप से आप काम करते हुए इसके गौरव को और बढ़ाएंगे। आदरणीय प्रधान सेवक प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, विशेषकर आप यूथ की ओर चर्चा करते हैं, यूथ के बारे में विशेष कार्य रखते हैं। उनकी जब भी चर्चा होती है, आप हम यूथ को लेकर ही विशेष बात करते हैं, क्योंकि भारत की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा आप यूथ हैं और सबसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी आप सब यूथ के ऊपर है। मुझे आज सबसे अच्छा ये लगा, जयपुरिया इंस्टीट्यूट में शिक्षण संस्थान की डिग्री के साथ साथ चरित्र निर्माण का भी कार्य में आप लोग सेवा देते हैं। आप सब युवाओं का, आप किसी भी संस्था से आए हो, लेकिन बहुत अच्छी एक संस्था के, बहुत अच्छे एक वायुमंडल में आप सब बैठे, जहां हमारे अध्यात्म को विज्ञान के रूप में प्रेजेंट किया है। ये बात सत्य है। हमारा पुरातन, हमारी ये संस्कृति, हमारा अध्यात्म, हमारा धर्म, हमारे पुराण, हमारे उपनिषद, ये सबसे श्रेष्ठ विज्ञान है इस दुनिया का। और गुरुकुल की कोई परंपरा थी पूरी दुनिया में, अब रिसर्च करके देख लेना, पूरी दुनिया में कोई अध्ययन की व्यवस्था थी, कोई शिक्षण संस्थाएं थी, एकमात्र सिर्फ भारत में थी। आप वेद पुराण उपनिषदों में, कथाओं में भी सुना होगा कि भगवान राम राजा के पुत्र थे, गुरुकुल को अध्ययन को गए, शस्त्र शिक्षा के लिए गए, शास्त्र शिक्षा के लिए गए। भगवान कृष्ण के बारे में भी आपने अध्ययन में देखा, सुना, पढ़ा है कि वह भी अध्ययन के लिए गुरुकुल पधारे। पूरी दुनिया में सर्वोपरि, अब पिछला जरूर माहौल 2014 के पहले का ऐसा था कि लोग भारत को किस नजर से देखते थे, वो आप हम सबको पता है। लेकिन आज श्रेष्ठ भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत और प्रगति और उन्नति की ओर निरंतर भारत, और आप यूथ का भारत, विकास को पंख लगे हैं। ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन पूरी दुनिया में, भारत को, भारत के प्रति उनका नजरिया बदल गया, भारत के प्रति उनका सम्मान। और ये जो विश्व गुरु का पद था, ये विश्व गुरु का पद वह पुनः स्थापित हो गया और पूरी दुनिया में भारत को बड़े सम्मान के रूप में देखा जाता है। आप हम सबको गौरव है इस बात का, आप हम सबका गर्व है इस बात का कि हमारे भारत का परचम पूरी दुनिया में लहरा रहा है। कौन सा ऐसा सेक्टर है, कौन सा ऐसा क्षेत्र है जहां निरंतर विकास नहीं हो रहा। ये राजनीतिक मंच नहीं है, लेकिन जो है उस बात को कहना पड़ेगा। ये ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन हुआ है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति आप हम सबका विश्वास, 142 करोड़ का साथ, और वही विश्वास और वही साथ एक सर्वोपरि पूरी दुनिया में भारत का स्वरूप निखर कर आया। अब आपकी बारी है। आप लोग किसी भी संस्था में कार्य करेंगे, किसी क्षेत्र में अपना जीवन उपार्जन का कार्य करेंगे, लेकिन आपको बस इतना सा कहना चाहूंगा कि आप हम सबकी एक ड्यूटी जरूर बनती है
उस ड्यूटी को आप हमेशा साथ रखें। ड्यूटी जिस परिवार से हम हैं, जो आपके हमारे माता पिता ने अपनी मेहनत की गाड़ी कमाई से सब कुछ आप पर न्यौछावर किया है, समर्पित किया है, और उन शिक्षण संस्थाओं में आपका दाखिला करवाया जहां आपकी इच्छा थी। आपने कहा बेस्ट से बेस्ट चाहिए, उसके लिए आपके माता पिता ने समर्पित भाव से उन शालाओं में आपका एडमिशन करवाया। आप लोगों को पूरी दुनिया में हराना चाहेंगे लोग, लेकिन दो व्यक्ति हैं जो सिर्फ आपसे हारना चाहेंगे, एक आपके गुरुजन और एक आपके माता पिता। गुरुजन हमेशा ही चाहते हैं कि मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम इस बच्चे के द्वारा हो, मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट से निकलकर बच्चे बड़ी संस्थाओं में कार्य करें और संस्था का नाम इनके माध्यम से हो, ऐसा गुरुजन चाहते हैं। इसलिए आप लोगों के प्रति कई बार वो कड़क भी रहते हैं तो कई बार नरम भी रहते हैं। वो ये चाहते हैं जिस प्रकार से एक मूर्तिकार पाषाण को निखार कर उसमें स्वरूप बनाता है, फिर वह साक्षात लगने लगता है और हमारा उससे आदान प्रदान होने पर लगता है कि वो हमारी बात सुन रहे हैं और हमें आंसर भी दे रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार ये गुरुजन भी आप लोगों में वही देखना चाहते हैं। ये गुरुजन भी वही चाहते हैं, मैं नहीं बन पाई, मैं नहीं बन पाया, लेकिन मेरे बच्चे बनने चाहिए। और यही बात माता पिता देखते हैं। माता पिता अपना पेट काटते हैं, मीन्स अपनी इच्छाओं को दमन करते हैं, अपनी इच्छाओं को रोकते हैं, अपनी खुशी को रोकते हैं, और आप में अपनी खुशी ढूंढकर आप जो चाहते हैं वे आपके लिए करना चाहते हैं। करते ही नहीं करते, सहमत हैं? तो ताली बजा दो अपने माता पिता की, क्योंकि आपके पहले भगवान वही है। और गुरुजन और माता पिता ही सिर्फ आपसे हारना चाहते हैं, बाकी सब आपको हराना चाहते हैं। इसलिए आपकी हमारी ड्यूटी बनती है कि आप हम जिन संस्थाओं से अध्ययन करके, जिन माता पिताओं के आशीर्वाद लेकर हम आगे जा रहे हैं, उनके प्रति सदैव हमारा सम्मान रहे। दूसरा एक बड़ा सम्मान और ड्यूटी बनती है हमारी मदरलैंड के लिए, हमारी मातृभूमि के लिए, हमारे राष्ट्र के लिए। हम किसी भी जाति धर्म से हों, कोई भी उपासना पद्धति हो, लेकिन ये स्मरण में रहे कि ये मातृभूमि हमारी है, और सर्वोपरि कोई समर्पण है तो सिर्फ हमारी मातृभूमि के लिए है। आप हम सब मिलकर जिस प्रकार से परिवर्तन देश में लाए हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का प्रथम सहयोग रहा, ये तो मुझे अच्छे से ध्यान है। पहले कोई सोचता था कि स्वच्छ भारत के बारे में किसी ने बात भी की थी कभी? मोदी जी ने शुरुआत की तो लोगों ने कहा कि इतने बड़े राष्ट्र का एक प्रधान सेवक प्रधानमंत्री इतने बड़े मंच के माध्यम से सफाई के बारे में, शौचालय के बारे में, सैनिटरी नैपकिन के बारे में सब लोगों ने कई लोगों ने उपहास भी मनाया हुआ। लेकिन ये बात समझ में आई थोड़ी देर बाद कि हाँ, ये छोटी छोटी बात, छोटी छोटी समस्या ही ये कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी समस्या के रूप में हम लोगों के बीच, विराट समस्या के रूप में हम लोगों के बीच उपस्थित भी है। माताओं बहनों के लिए, साफ सफाई के लिए, देश की आंतरिक बाहरी सुरक्षा के लिए, और सबसे बड़ा स्लोगन जब G20 हुआ तो वसुधैव कुटुंब, ये भारत का ही स्लोगन है पूरी दुनिया में। एकमात्र ये सनातनी, ये भारतवर्ष के लोग हैं जो पूरी दुनिया को अपना परिवार मानते हैं, वसुधैव कुटुंब की बात करते हैं। एकमात्र ये सनातनी, ये भारत ही है जो अपनी प्रार्थना में कहता है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामय। पूरी दुनिया में सुख होना चाहिए, पूरी दुनिया में शांति होनी चाहिए। एकमात्र ये भारत ही है जो पूरी दुनिया को परिवार मानता है और सबके सुख की कामना करता है। अन्यथा और स्थानों की स्थितियां क्या है वो आप हम सबको पता है, उनकी सोच क्या है ये भी आपको पता है। मैं आप सब इस देश के उज्जवल भविष्य, जितने भी बच्चे बच्चियां आज इस युवा महोत्सव में उपस्थित हैं, मैं इतना स्मरण कराना चाहूंगा कि हम हमारे पूर्वजों की चर्चा करते हैं तो आप हम में से विवेकानंद थे, आप हम में से ही आजाद थे, चंद्रशेखर थे और अनगिनत कितने ही थे। आप हम में से ही मिसाइल मैन अब्दुल कलाम साहब थे, और आप हमसे ही इस देश की राष्ट्रपति महोदया मुर्मू जी भी हैं। आप हम सबकी जो ड्यूटियां हैं, अपनी अपनी ड्यूटी अपने समाज के लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए, अपने राष्ट्र के लिए, और जहां भी अपने आसपास आपको लगता है कि जहां यहाँ हमें मदद करनी चाहिए, सेवा करनी चाहिए, वो सब हमारी ड्यूटियां हमें साथ रखनी है। हम किस भी पद प्रतिष्ठा पे जावें, लेकिन हमें अपने राष्ट्र, अपने समाज के प्रति सबको ध्यान रखना है, सबकी सेवा का काम साथ में करते रहना है। आप हम लोग इस संपूर्ण दुनिया में सेवा के प्रकल्पों से भी जाने जाते हैं, भले वो भामाशाहों के नाम से, भले वो पिछले जितने आंदोलन रहे हमारे 900 वर्ष से सनातन को बचाने के नाम पर। हमारे पूर्वजों का इतिहास देखें आप, वो सड़क, बिजली, नाली के लिए नहीं लड़े, वो हमारे सनातन के लिए लड़े, हमारे धर्म की रक्षा के लिए। हमारे शास्त्रों में भी वर्णित है कि देवता क्यों आए इस धरती पर। देवता भी यही कहते हैं कि हम लोग यहाँ की संस्कृति को बचाने के लिए, यहाँ के ऋषि परंपरा को, ऋषि क्या, वैज्ञानिक शोधकर्ता, उनकी संरक्षण के लिए हम आए। इसलिए आप हम सबकी अपनी अपनी ड्यूटी का आप हम सबको ध्यान रखना है, और हमें इस राष्ट्र के उज्जवल भविष्य जो आप लोग हैं, इसको और बढ़ाने में, इस राष्ट्र के गौरव को बढ़ाने में सबको सहभागी बनना है। आपका ये आयोजन पूर्णतः सफल है, जहां इतनी संख्या में आप लोग सब इस राष्ट्र के उज्जवल भविष्य उपस्थित हैं, और ऐसे गुरुजन, ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूट जो आपका सहयोगी है, तो मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ, बहुत बहुत बधाइयां प्रेषित करता हूँ। आपके उज्जवल भविष्य की मैं मंगल कामना करता हूँ। इसी के साथ अधिक समय नहीं लेते हुए इस आयोजन के इस प्रथम सत्र की शुरुआत करते हुए अपनी मैं वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Now I request Dr. Daneshwar sir to present a vote of thanks to Maharaj ji.
कार्यक्रम में पधारे संस्कारित वेद स्वरूपों के धनी, धर्म रक्षक, श्री कृष्ण स्वरूपी मुख्य अतिथि श्री बाल मुकुंदाचार्य जी का मैं जयपुरिया परिवार की तरफ से और सभी उपस्थित लोगों की तरफ से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। शब्दों की कमी है, समय की कमी है, लेकिन भाव की कमी नहीं है। जिस तरह से पत्थर रूपी अहिल्या श्री राम की चरण धूलि से जीवित हो उठी, उसी तरीके से इस छोटे से इंटरेक्शन में भी बाल मुकुंदाचार्य जी के चरण धूलि से हमारा जयपुरिया जगमग और पावन होगा। धन्यवाद।
Now we would like to present a memento to our chief guest. Now I would request Dean Academics Dr. Samar Sarabhai sir to come on dais and lead pledge taking ceremony of Jaipuria Code of Conduct. Over to you, sir.
I request all the students to please rise. Put your right palm on your heart and repeat after me. I, your name, Somerset. Understand that I am responsible for my behavior and that I must uphold the highest standards of academic and professional integrity. I recognize that my purpose is to lead people and manage resources to create value that no single individual can create alone. I will manage my duties with loyalty and care and will not advance my personal interests at the expense of the institute of or society. I will refrain from corruption, unfair competition, or business practices harmful to society. I recognize that my decisions affect the well-being of individuals inside and outside my institute today and tomorrow, and I will strive to develop myself so that I can help our society, country, and the world at large in the pursuit of growth and happiness. Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you, sir. Moving further, I would like to introduce our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, sir. Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, sir, is a postgraduate in economics and a PhD in applied economics. He obtained first position in the university in graduation and a university gold medal in post-graduation. He has been teaching economics at postgraduate and undergraduate level for about 31 years in the universities and B schools in India and abroad, including 7 years in Bhutan. Dr. Prabhat obtained executive education in management and leadership in higher education from Harvard University, Boston, USA. He has published 5 books, 30 plus research papers, and writes articles in Times of India and Economic Times. Dr. Prabhat is an international researcher and a resource person on happiness, mindfulness, and neuro-based learning pedagogy. He was an invitee in the World Government Summit 2019, Dubai, by the Ministry of Happiness, UAE. Dr. Prabhat received the title of National Unicorn of Happiness by the All India Council of Technical Education, MHRD, Government of India. Dr. Prabhat also delivered keynote address on happiness at Asia Pacific Conference at Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, IIT Bombay, World Trade Center, St. Louis, USA, and many other places. He has created a happiness laboratory and offers happiness programs to corporate professionals and leaders. Dr. Prabhat is presently serving as the director of Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. He runs a blog post titled The Learning Corridor, and he has his YouTube channel where one can visit to read insights on happiness and listens to his talk. He writes in Times of India and Economics Times. Dr. Prabhat is also a TEDx speaker. I now welcome you, sir, for your welcome address of the conference.
Thank you so much. Today, we feel doubly privileged with the presence of Sri Ravikantji, an intellectual and a thought leader, not only in the corporate world, but especially and also equally respected in the world of academics. We had author talk with him in the morning and on his book, Leading from the Back, and how beautifully he crafted his ideas. I guess his book is significant contribution to the practice of leadership, which can make you a superstar leader through learning a few grounded lessons in humanity and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to join your hands to hear it for Ravikant. On behalf of my faculty colleague, staff and students, let me extend a warm welcome to each one of you in the 11th edition of International Youth Conference. What we started as a humble attempt way back in 2013 has become a prominent platform now and a serious exercise into bringing excellence in business, economy, society in general, and life of ever-growing young population in particular. It gives me immense satisfaction to see that the seed of hard work and the labor of love of our colleagues and their unflagging belief in collaborative culture and in cashing upon synergy of teamwork has fructified so well over last 11 years, and I'm sure it will move from strength to strength in times to come. We are also rechristening the series title this year in view of Amrit Kal and our Honorable Prime Minister's vision and call for a Viksit Bharat, that is a developed India by 2047. Developed India by 2047. It would be in the fitness of the thing that we look up to the year 2047 and envision an all-encompassing youth for a Viksit Bharat. Hence, our youth series will not only confined to encashing demographic dividend by 2025 as we visualized it earlier, but also look beyond to envision a Viksit Bharat by 2047. The theme of 2024 conference is Rising India. It is about celebrating and deliberating India's rise at the global stage. Not just India's own internal predictions, but many global analysts have declared India as the next great economic power. Goldman Sachs has predicted it will become the world's second largest economy by 2075. And FT's Martin Wolf suggests that by 2050, its purchasing power will be 30% larger than the US. Most economic forecasts made after the transatlantic financial crisis of 2008-2009 have suggested that by 2030, India will overtake the United States to become the world's second largest economy. According to London-based multinational bank Standard Chartered, India's nominal GDP using purchasing power parity exchange rates is projected to be $46.3 trillion by 2030, compared to $64.2 trillion for China, the only country which is going to be ahead of India, and $31 trillion for the United States. By 2050, various forecasts suggest that India will be the second largest economy in US dollar terms as well. This is why India is viewed as a global power, graduating from its regional role. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Cold War between the United States and China could present new challenges and also open up new opportunities for India. While dealing with short-term economic and geopolitical challenges, India will continue to carve out its path and its relations with the world that is defined by its civilizational inheritance, its core national interests, and its economic performance and capabilities. It is truly reflected in the post-G20 presidency era and India's pronounced leadership in the global south. The pace of digital transformation has accelerated and brought about a cultural shift. Companies and individuals have developed faith in what digitization can do for them. The level of distrust in the tech-based innovations have gone down considerably. We are heading towards a new normal marked by artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud and blockchain, hydrogen and semiconductor. However, the significance of human element has never been perceived as central to the success of a business as it is today. Human resource development and people orientation have taken a subtle turn, emphasizing more on critical thinking, creativity, and complex problem solving. Happiness and well-being based approaches are slowly and steadily being accepted all across. Learning to be happy, mindful living, and building social capital are no longer a mere luxury, which are demanded at a fairly high level of income. But now it is seen as essential fulcrum of life at all levels of income. Pleasant life is different from seeking for good life, which in turn is different from living life purposefully. Meaningful life endures. It thrives to make us overcome difficulties and anxieties of life. It also tends to explain why some people are more vulnerable to stress while others are not. It is in this backdrop, the 11th International Youth Conference is an important event wherein the continuity of dialogue among industry, academia, and youth has been organized. It is a matter of great pride that we have been able to bring more than 100 plus experts cutting across sectors and nations and 30 plus top panel speakers together on a single platform to discuss and deliberate on the sub-themes such as India's global rise, innovations, healthcare, and startups over 2 days. Special feature of this conference is the participation of distinguished speakers from Forbes 30 under 30 lists from India and Asia. This will be unique opportunity for the youth to align with their thoughts, which will also be a learning for life. We received 100 plus research papers for this conference, out of which 40 plus paper has been presented, is going to be presented in the 6 technical sessions spread over next 2 days. I consider it as a big achievement and a milestone that a book containing 40 select papers has been published from Bloomsbury, India, and is already released in the inaugural session. I express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the speakers for sparing their valuable time and sharing their views with our esteemed audience. I congratulate the entire team of 11th International Youth Conference led by Dr. Daneswar Sharma, Dr. Soumyaranjan Sahu, who is not with us today, and our FPM scholar, Ashima, Vishakha, Devyanda, and Himanshu, and student leadership team, and many more who made this daunting task possible. This conference is the result of a combined effort and high level of teamwork displayed by our faculty colleagues, staff members, and our highly energetic and motivated students. I congratulate each one of them and wish this conference a great success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to welcome our guest of honor, Sri Ravi Kanji. He is a former CEO and Vice Chairman of Tata Motors. He finished his school education from Mayo College, Ajmer. He has a Bachelor of Technology degree from IIT Kharagpur and an MS in Industry from Aston University, UK. He has received distinguished alumnus awards from these institutions, and Aston conferred on him DSc Honours degree. He is an industrial professor at the University of Warwick, UK, and a distinguished professor at IIT Kharagpur. Ravi Kanji has nearly 50 years of corporate experience in extractive, consumer durable, and automobile industries. He spent 15 years in Tata Motors, where he was the CEO and managing director and later vice chairman of the board. Prior to Tata Motors, he was a director, consumer electronics on the board of Philips India. He has also worked in senior positions at LML Limited, Titan Watches, Kinetic Engineering, Hawkins, and Hindalco Industries Limited. Currently, he is on the board of Cone Limited, Helsinki, one of the top elevator companies in the world, and Hawking Cookers Limited, a well-known consumer durable company. Mr. Ravi Kant also takes a keen interest in education and health areas. He was the chairman of IIM Rohtak and chairman of IIIT Allahabad. He is on advisory boards of business schools at IIT Bombay and Kharagpur. He was on the board of National Institute Design Ahmedabad and Center of Extractive Industry at the Earth Institute University of Columbia. He was on the advisory board of China Europe International Business School, Shanghai, where he is presently a visiting leader. He has also penned a book titled Leading from the Back. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and cordially invite you to share your insights with the audience.
esteemed Director of the Institute, Dr. Prabhat Ji, Dean, Dr. Sharma, all the staff members, and young friends here assembled here today. Actually, while listening to the oath taking and to the speech by Dr. Prabhat, I felt whatever I'm going to say has already been covered in a way. So this is a very heartening thing as far as I'm concerned, that the institute, which is, I would say, quite rare in my experience, is thinking along those lines and actually creating citizens and socially conscious citizens of this country, whichever field they may be. So I congratulate Jaipuria Institute, its director, for this lofty vision and its implementation. So I'm going to be talking about the future of leadership. As you know, India has begun to influence, as has been said in the previous speeches, in various fields. And it is also said that India will be the next thought leader. So what does it mean? So I believe that India should be a very powerful influencing force in determining the course of leadership for the future. And what is that? So let's come back to leadership itself. Leadership has two main components as far as I'm concerned. Number one is leadership is important for the well-being of the organization. Leadership is the one which holds the entire organization top to bottom around it. If that leadership is rotten, the organization is rotten. If that leadership is healthy, that organization is healthy. So it is an essential part of an organization and plays a critical part in the organization. Number two is leadership is contextual. Like many other things in life, as you see, if you buy a product, the manufacturer first decides who the customer is, finds out that customer's needs and wants, what do the customers want, and therefore creates a product and hoping that it will become successful. Also in corporate, the leadership is quite when the going is good, they require different kind of leadership. Suddenly, when there's a drop, there's a loss, they require a different kind of leadership, and that has been going on for a long time. But I'm here not to talk about leadership change for 3 years or 5 years, 7 years. I'm talking here about leadership change in a more, I would say, sustained manner for 100 years. And what is that? So leadership, actually, if you go back 2,500 years ago, you have all heard of Alexander the Great, who became a king, emperor, at the age of 20, and created the biggest transatlantic empire till today at the age of 30, and passed away at the age of 33. What did he do? He never lost a battle. He led from the front because at that point in time, what kind of equipments did you have? You had a sword. So with sword, you can only fight hand to hand. You had a javelin, which you could throw only so many feet, so many meters. And you had a horse. These are three things. And of course, you have the armors and things like that to protect you. Now, in this situation, leading from the front becomes the norm, because you need to demonstrate to people that not only you are intelligent, you are very brave, and you can fight anybody in a hand-to-hand fist fight also. So leading from the front was the thing. Now, it was followed by Roman emperors, whether it was Julius Caesar or Augustus or anybody else. It was also in India, the norm. You have heard of Nanda dynasty. You have heard of Chandragupta Maurya dynasty, Along the same time that Alexander the Great was winning the world, there was in India a very powerful Nanda dynasty. In fact, one of the reasons I feel confidently why Alexander came up to the edge of India and went back Two reasons. One was he was fighting constantly battle after battle for 10 years. So his soldiers had got fatigued and they couldn't fight anymore, and therefore they decided to go. But the other reason is to go further, they had to fight with the might of Nanda Empire. Nanda Empire was many times bigger than the forces Alexander had. So I don't think his soldiers relished the fight to fight Nanda Empire. Nanda Empire was then taken over by Mauryan Empire, which again became the largest this thing that we had in the country. Now Chandragupta Maurya and his grandson Ashoka, they all fought what you call, they showed leadership from the front because same kind of things were available. Weapons like talwar, weapons like javelin, weapons like horses, but here they had elephants also, which Alexander did not have. Here we have elephants. If you see around the same time in China also similar kind of thing was happening. So that was the norm at that point in time. Cut back to now, present, you all have seen in newspapers and magazines and channels, the Ukraine war, which is going on. Now, the person who's conducting the war is not at the front. He's sitting in Moscow. So what has happened? What has happened is the technology, the other things which are there, they do not require to lead from the front. Physically, I'm talking about. But you are actually sitting somewhere else. In fact, for all you know, they may be sitting in a room full of computers and deciding what to do. And that's how, so I said, as far as military is concerned, leading from the front in a physical manner has totally gone away. And it is now leading from the back, already happening. Why am I talking about military leadership here? Because you are all going into corporate world. Because corporate world is very young. Corporate world is only 250, 300 years old. You have to understand this. So all that we are talking about is a very young discipline, very young organization, which is called corporate world. So corporate world is 250, 300 years old. And when did it happen? It happened after Industrial Revolution. 15th, 16th centuries were where Renaissance took place. And where did Renaissance took place? It was in Europe. And that created a mind for asking questions, to inquiry, to break new grounds. And that's why I say a massive amount of things happened, whether it was in painting, music, or many other things. So that created kind of an environment for the next wave to come, and the next wave was the Industrial Revolution. And that Industrial Revolution, what did it do? Whether in 17th century for coal and 18th century for gas, it created two things. One is it created mass manufacture. So if you could make in a village something, say 10 in a day, the Industrial Revolution gave you the means to make 1,000 in a day, 10,000 in a day, or even 1 lakh in a day. So it gave you unprecedented scale. Other is, if earlier you could go only to say few miles, so maybe a couple of 100 miles to horses and other things at what point in time, it gives you means to go right up to so many thousands of kilometers. So you needed to have an organization. You needed to have an organization. And so what does the corporate world do? Therefore, instead of reinventing the wheel, it follows what has been successful till then. And that is leading from the front. So it followed leading from the front example of military. And therefore, it was very good. And it worked very well. It worked very well till recently. So what has changed? So the third industrial revolution, or currently the fourth one in which we are today, has changed the whole thing. It's changed the context. It not only requires you to not to be there, but it makes it very difficult for one person to be in charge of everything, to be thinking of everything. Why? Because uncertainty and unpredictability have increased manifold. You can't predict what will happen. Who predicted Ukraine war will happen? Who predicted Gaza war will happen? Who predicted somewhere in Iceland the explosion will take place? Who predicted the nuclear disaster in Japan. So like this, many other things are happening, and they all have a very massive and subtle changes in the way we work, the way we do. So unpredictability and uncertainty is become the order of the day. That is one thing. So you can't see consistently, things will change. So you need to adapt yourself. You need to be suitable for that kind of thing where things change fast. Number two is explosion of data. We are having so much explosion of data. In fact, a very famous professor from MIT said a few years ago that the rate of growth of knowledge is doubling every decade. Rate of growth of knowledge is doubling every decade. So he said a century of progress. In today's rate of progress can be condensed in a month. So try to visualize this. A century of progress, content or whatever it is, the data can be condensed in a month's time as today's rate. Tomorrow it will be a week's time. The after tomorrow it will be a day's time. Now in this kind of explosive growth, it is impossible for any one person to be seized of everything and to say that I know everything and I can make it happen. So this is making the whole thing very complex. So you cannot have leading from the front at all. So you need to find another model, which we can call distributed leadership model or any other type of, you can give it any name. The fact is, from being one leader controlling the organization, you need to have many leaders controlling or be responsible for influencing the organization. So the leader from being the one giving orders has to change his role from to becoming facilitator. Now that's very important change. It doesn't come easy because we all want to give orders. We want to say, no, we know best. And because we are in that position, we have the authority to do that. Now we need to get rid of this kind of thing. And we need to say we are one of many. And therefore we should become facilitator for getting things done. And if there are many people, then things happen, they can all react very fast. Second reason is you people. Today's millennium, Gen Z, as we call them, they do not want this kind of leadership. Why? Because the leading from the front is characterized by egoistic, bombastic, highway or my way, not invented here syndrome type of leaders. And that kind of leadership is abhorred by today's young generation. And they don't want to be in those organizations which are still carrying on like that. Today's young in our case, we didn't have much of option. Security was a very key thing for us, and therefore we tolerated it. We tolerated it. We only veered in small manners from that system which was there. But today's young people, they don't have any question about security. And they have the freedom to do what they want. And therefore they want is I need to have freedom. I need to be respected. I need to be able given the space to do things. And therefore they will not accept leading from the front type of leader. And therefore it is only through leading from the back type of leader that can have a sustained thing. So this is, I'm putting a background as to why this is important. And therefore leading from the back type of thing is something which is bound to become mainstream. It's not that I'm saying I'm the first one to say this. It's been there from time immemorial, but we have not, it is unseen. The fact is leading from the front type of leadership or leader is there out there in the media. He is there on newspapers, he's there on magazines, he's there on things, he's there. So everybody, and the media has helped him build. The business schools have helped build this kind of image because it was right at that point in time. But I think people have to now begin to see that that is no more. So even in the US, which is the god of corporate leadership, people have begun to see a change. I won't name, but there are some very top-notch companies where people are there. Some Indians are there. And where they have begun to think differently. In India, people have begun to think differently. In China, also people have to begin to. So I think this is the time when we must take the lead. I feel India should take the lead in determining the contours of the next type of leadership. And I think that's my firm belief that we are well poised to do. And I think, as I mentioned to you earlier in my address, that Jaipuria Institute's ethos, the kind of thing they're talking about, and the kind of thing I learned as far as oath is concerned, or Dr. Prabhas' speech was concerned, you are in sync with that. And therefore, you should not feel, no, I can't do anything. As has been said in the morning also, if you have a passion, if you created this thing, no, I want to make the change, then you will make the change. So you need to rise, because leading from the front type of leadership, very entrenched, very entrenched, very powerful. So you cannot kind of fight on its way. And therefore, you need to go around it. You need to circumvent that, and you need to, in a way, rise in rebellion. You should not accept that, okay, if there, individually you may not accept, but I think the time has come when collectively you should not accept. And therefore, go forward and do it. I don't want to talk much about the book. Book is with you. You people have read it. And there are many interesting stories, anecdotes there. And this is the point I want to leave with you, that leading from the back is the next style of leadership which is going to flourish. And we should be the one to take the lead in determining this course. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your profound words of wisdom. Moving on. Today, we also joyously unveil the Jaipurians World magazine, celebrating 10 years of friendship and collaboration between Jaipuria Institute of Management and Times of India. This magazine encapsulates our shared values and achievements, showcasing stories of inspiration and growth. For the same, I request our guest of honor, Director Sir, Dean Student Affairs, and MRC Faculty Head Dr. Anvay Bhargav Sir and Dr. Vijay Prakash Anand Sir to come on stage and unveil the Jaipurians World. And also the representatives from Times of India to come on the stage.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I think all of us have got our kits with us. Yes or no? So please open up the kits. Take out the Jaipurians World. And as we release this magazine, I would like you to wave the magazine as well. Thank you. So as we celebrate our 10 years of association with Times of India, we would like to express our gratitude and also facilitate the team from Times of India. And we have with us Mr. Nehal Jain. Request Director Sir to please facilitate Mr. Anuj Chaturvedi.
Thank you, everyone. As a token of gratitude and remembrance, we would now like to present a memento to our guest of honor, Sri Ravi Kanji. I request Director Sir and Daneshwar Sir to present him with a memento.
हाँ तो आप सर एक बात
Thank you, sir. Coming towards the end of this session, I would now invite Dr. Daneshwar Sharma, sir, Dean Student Affairs and Conference Convener, to present a formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. मैं डॉक्टर दानेश्वर शर्मा, इस सम्मेलन का संयोजक, आप सभी का जयपुरिया परिवार के सदस्य होने के नाते धन्यवाद प्रेषित करता हूं। मैं सम्मेलन के मुख्य अतिथि हवा महल विधायक श्री बाल मुकुंदाचार्य जी महाराज को मंच के माध्यम से धन्यवाद प्रेषित करता हूं। साथ ही साथ मैं सूर्य रूपी श्री रवि कांत जी का भी धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने विचारों से, अपने शब्दों से और अपनी भावनाओं से हम सबको अवगत कराया और हमें अपनी ज्ञान रूपी गंगा में एक डुबकी लगाने का। मैं श्रीमान श्री शरद जयपुरिया जी और श्री शिवर जयपुरिया जी का कुशल मार्गदर्शन और प्रेरणा के लिए धन्यवाद प्रेषित करता हूं। मैं संस्था के निदेशक श्री प्रभात पंकज जी को उनके अद्वितीय सहयोग एवं नेतृत्व के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आपके ही माध्यम से हम इस 11वीं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय युवा सम्मेलन का आयोजन कर रहे हैं और करते रहेंगे। साथ ही साथ मैं मेरे समक्ष विराजित सभी आदरणीय साथीगण, गणमान्य नागरिक, मीडिया कर्मी, पधारे हुए सभी शिक्षकगण एवं छात्रों का भी धन्यवाद प्रेषित करना चाहता हूं। आपके होने से ही हम हैं और हमारा ये कार्यक्रम। As we embark on this journey together, today and tomorrow, I am filled with optimism and excitement. I firmly believe that the ideas exchanged, the collaborations formed, and the knowledge shared during this conference will serve as a foundation for a brighter future for India. Let us harness this creativity, vitality, and potential of our youth to propel our nation towards greater heights on the global stage. Together, let's transform aspirations into actions, dreams into reality. Here is to a fruitful and inspiring conference that will pave way for the India's rise as a global player. अंत में मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं उन विचारकों को, उन महान लोगों को जिन्होंने भारत की संस्कृति को वो बनाया जो आज हम हैं। युवा शक्ति का वंदन, अभिनंदन करने हम आए हैं। नई उमंगों को फिर से नभ में उड़ाने हम आए हैं। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने जब शिकागो में अपना भाषण शुरू किया था तो इन शब्दों के साथ उन्होंने शुरू किया था और जब उन्होंने अपना भाषण समाप्त किया था तो एक क्रांति का जन्म हो चुका था और उन्होंने कहा था, हे भारत के वीर पुत्रों, हम तुम्हें जगाने आए हैं, हम तुम्हें जगाने आए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request everyone to please stand up for national anthem.
भाग्य विधाता पंचाव संग गुजरात मराठा नाविण हिमाचल यमुना गंगा सरस्वती तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाना जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
Thank you, everyone. Gratitude to each one of you for gracing us with your presence and unwavering patience. Let's seize this opportunity presented by these two remarkable days of conference, where we are privileged to be enlightened by an illustrious line of speakers, including luminaries from Pope's 30 under 30. And now we will be having Youth Achiever Harsh Gujral session post 1 hour of lunch. The lunch is arranged for all the faculty and students. And we will be resuming back at 3:30 p.m. at the same venue. Thank you and see you.